Hi there, good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series where 6 players are battling it out in Group A. The winner will receive a spot at finals night on Saturday. The first fixtures were played yesterday and one man is out in front. Here's what happened. There was some MODUS Monday madness featuring James Richardson, for whom it's fair to say didn't have his greatest day. This mathematical meltdown rather summed up day one in Group A for Ruthless, who ended with just one win. Jared Cole had endured double trouble, hence an ironic celebration when he finally hits. He'll be relieved to have amassed 4 points on day one. Christopher Tonders got off to a great start, winning his first 2 matches, but then fell victim to a spate of big checkouts, starting with this one from Dutch youngster Bradley Roos. Next to dish out a ton topper over Tonders was WDF World Champion Neil Duff. He sits in second place after 3 wins yesterday. But it was spellbinding stuff from Alex Spellman that really caught the eye. A perfect day for the man from the USA with a 5-star showing to sit top of the table. Well, in commentary yesterday and today, Chris Mason. Chris, what a start from Alex Spellman.
Yeah, expected as well. He was favourite before the off, 6-4 favourite just to win Group A, 10-3 to win the week. And look comfortable. He was the most consistent player. James Richardson will probably be thinking, how have I only come away with 2 points? And probably Neil Duff is probably the one that's happiest. We've seen what he's capable of, that lovely 103 average at the end of the day yesterday. But Spellman's the man to beat.
Yeah, when we look ahead to the fixtures today and the way that they line up, that last match, Spellman against Neil Duff, that could be pivotal in deciding whether or not we've got a race tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, because that will give Neil Duff an opportunity just to close that gap to 2 points. But that, of course, is if they can both remain unbeaten throughout the day. Early stages, you would think Alex got no problem against Christopher. But James against Neil Duff could be key in terms, as you say, giving us a race tomorrow.
When Alex stood where you are yesterday, he did speak about last time he was here, won his first 5, and then it was a bit indifferent after that. So is that the kind of thing that players can learn from and put right when they return?
Yeah, I think so, because he's experienced it, and it is one of those. I had a similar situation where I won all my games on one day, knew I only needed the one game to guarantee the Saturday night. And they're the hardest ones to win. So I think he's a more rounded player this time around. Would have learnt so much from last time, of course. And I think he's pretty much nailed on to win this Group A from here.
Interesting. Well, let's have a look at that table just to see why Chris thinks that. And that's because he won all of his matches, already a 4-point buffer, which is enormous after one day's play.
It was the manner of those victories. He dropped just 6 legs all day. Only one player managed to take 2 legs out of him in a match, and that was James Richardson. So yeah, we're going to need to see more of that higher level stuff from Neil Duff today, and just hope that maybe Alex slips up, but I think that's unlikely.
Can you see any of the players going on a big run and emerging as a contender?
No, because I just think at the moment the one I think will come sort of run close for a possible Group B is the bottom of the table, James Richardson, because he was far from the worst player yesterday. He was probably maybe second or third best player when you look at the statistics of the day. So I think he could have a big move today.
Yeah, a bit unlucky at times, or maybe caused his own bad luck. We saw that miscount in the highlights.
Yeah, it's easily done when you're under pressure. You think you want something, and your brain just tells you go for that. And of course, he needed tops, not another double 18. It was a good finish if he wanted 82.
Yeah, it would have been, yeah, but not what you wanted, James. Right, let's see what the punters have been going for today. Here is the MODUS Super Series bet builder, all put together in a treble. Mace Duff to beat Roos in the first one. Again, Tonders to beat Cole. Pretty simple bets there. And Duff just to get the 1-180 in that match against Richardson.
Yeah, I like that one, except Cole against Tonders. I think Cole is he's due to sort of have a turnaround in his play, and he may be just a little bit too good for him. But in terms of value, I suppose it's not a bad bet at all.
Just under 6-1. Of course, do gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org for more information on safer gambling. And as always, 18 plus. Right. First match today, Tonders against Spellman. I'm just expecting Alex to pick up where he left off.
Yeah, he won this tie 4-1 yesterday, and well, it couldn't have been any more convincing, really. And I think that was the final game in the bet builder for yesterday, which landed at just over 7-1. Yeah, it was a 4-1 win, and he was comfortable doing it. I suppose if you're going to catch him, you're going to catch him cold early. He didn't have the best start to the day yesterday. I think he ended up averaging 85, but in the early stages, looked a little bit vulnerable. Was averaging in the mid-70s. So maybe if he is going to slip up, it may be in game one.
Yeah, no such thing as a foregone conclusion. That's why they play the matches, and we'll play the first one now. Chris is going to head downstairs to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good morning, everyone. Welcome along to Tuesday here at the Super Series. Well, it is so-called moving day in this particular competition, but they're going to have to do some jostling to get past this man, Alex Spellman. 5 victories on his opening day yesterday, and he didn't look like he was, well, being pushed to the max. And whenever someone tended to give him a question, he kind of had the answer to it. The only real game he found himself in significant trouble was that game against James Richardson in the middle spell of yesterday, but then managed to come out the other side the victor. As for Christopher Tunders, the 21-year-old from Dortmund in Germany, well, he got off to a bright start. He won his opening couple of matches, but lost his final 3 of the session, which puts him in the middle of the pack going into day 2.
First leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
Paul Hinks is the man in the middle in charge of proceedings today. And it's great to be back in the company of Mace the Ace, Chris Mason. Morning, Mace.
Morning, Henry. Morning, everybody. Welcome along to all of our YouTube viewers. And, of course, all of you watching via your chosen betting app.
140.
Today is all about that man there, Alex Spellman, hanging on to his lead.
100.
He just looked at a different class in terms of consistency yesterday, didn't he? I mean, his worst game really was his opening game, which we can forgive all the players in your opening match of the week.
135.
And already looks a lot more sharper this morning.
Would it be fair to say that most players in Alex's
60.
position were wondering whether they can back it up on day 2? But because of what we've seen from him this year on the CDC tour, we're kind of expecting something similar again today.
Yeah, and of course, how well he played the last time he was here. He did look
180.
a different class. Certainly in terms of
60. Alex
prospects
Ukar, 46.
over the pond, he's got to be one that we've got to take very seriously.
Well, he's on for a potential 11-dart leg
Game
to
shot
begin
of
the
first
day.
leg. Alex
Start as you
Spellman.
mean to go on. Alex Spellman has laid down the gauntlet right from the very get-go.
Second leg, Alex to
Yep,
throw
Max
first.
in the leg.
Game on.
11 darter, clinical ending, taking out the 46 in 2. When you think of the players
81.
in the States and Canada have failed to qualify for this year's Worlds, he's
60.
very much one of the leading lights. And trust me, if he gets on a bit of a run there, he could do some damage.
He's the type of player that the
100.
Pro Tour players, those who are outside the seeds that play in the first round, is one of those they'll look at and think, please avoid,
97.
please
Oh,
avoid.
yeah, you don't want to be running into him. And I think he's a player that will relish the opportunity to play longer core starts.
His game's built, isn't it, for set play?
Yeah.
140.
Not that I look for negatives, because I despise that, but
57.
tried to find a weakness, and there isn't many. Yes, you're going to lose games because that's the nature of sport.
140.
Well, it started with in 11, tops after 12 in leg 2. This is
58.
some start.
Alex Hukar, 40.
Continuing where he left off.
Game shot on the second leg. Alex Spellman.
This is pretty faultless so far.
2 legs completed in 24
Third leg, Christopher
darts.
Hill first.
His average
Game
is
on.
125.25. And if he carried on in this vein, Darrell Pilgrim may be precariously looking over his
95.
shoulder as far as average records are concerned. Although that slip into the single 5 will not help those particular chances.
And another.
70.
The Deacon curse is well and truly alive once again.
Of course, you had to mention it.
135.
I think we will see a 12525. I think someone will just reel off 412s.
The record is 122.69 by Darrell Pilgrim in a 4-0 victory against Denny Older Coulter
60.
in August 2023.
What was that, 49 darts?
59.
I'll be honest, I wasn't counting. I wasn't here. It was my one day off. Obviously.
$96.
I'm not here next week, so it's going to mean there'll be about 12 9 darters, 10 170 finishes.
45.
But Toonders have a good response here in the third, leaving a finish after 12 darts. But
What did you say it was? 122.69?
yeah,
Yeah, 49 darts.
105. Christopher
Wowzers.
Car, 167.
you know because you've done it before.
87.
Spellman
Alex
looking
Hukar,
for the fish, and do
170.
you know what? The way he's playing today, you wouldn't put it past him.
Are you going to get one right?
The ball.
145. Christopher Car, 80.
What do they say about broken clocks? Well, when both the hands are taken off of it, they're never right.
Game shot on the third
Tunders
leg.
takes out the
Christopher
80 on
Chalmers.
tops to bring it back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, Alex
There's a
to through first.
36-point
Game on.
difference in the averages, but the gap in terms of legs is only 1 after 3.
$60.
Despite Spellman's brilliance yesterday, he didn't actually collect the highest average of the day. That belonged to Neil Duff, 103.66 in his 4-0 decimation of Jared Cole.
140.
But in terms of the day altogether, have a listen to this, mate. An overall daily average of 93.02. And in terms of the finishing, 20 out of 38. He was over 50% on his finishing.
80.
Yeah, and that puts him in good stead in terms of
100.
numbers on a daily. That's right up there. If he maintains that level, he is the right favourite, of course.
81.
And he's now been shortened into 1 to 3 to win this Group A.
55.
And you're seeing why in front of your very eyes.
And it's a 93.02 with very little range. Sometimes we see those averages for a day. Sometimes you have to mask out a very big average in there. His range was
140.
85 was his lowest, 98 was his biggest, and the bits in the middle kind of married up around similar levels.
Yeah, and you compare that to
96.
the range of
Alex
Neil Duff, where he did have
140.
that 103.66. He also had a 79.97. In fact, his lowest was 77.27. So
60. Christopher Car,
the range of
110.
26.
Tunder's looking to find the range for 2-2. Not going to happen, and so
61.
Spellman to
Alex Car, 80.
open up a 3-1 advantage. Looking for 80 here.
with the tops.
$60. Christopher Carr, 49.
I do have one fault with Alex Spellman. Those flights look like they've been chewed up by a wasp.
Getting shot on the
As
fourth leg.
Tunders
Christopher Saunders.
takes that leg, levels up at 2-2.
Remarkable, isn't it? All one-way
Fifth leg,
traffic.
Christopher throw first.
Misses the ball for
Game on.
170 and 3-0. 35 darts later, finds himself at 2-2.
There's a 23-point gap in the averages between the players, but yet we are level.
Timing. And Tonders has not missed a dart at a double.
140.
Yeah, 2 from 2 so far. Spellman 2 from 4. That's 6 140 plus scores in this game as well.
41.
What was your overall assessment of Christopher's first day here at the Super Series?
Well, having looked over his previous 12 months numbers,
60.
he showed improvements. And under the lights, of course, which is
57.
always a little nerve-wracking when you're inexperienced. So in terms of levels of play, I think he'll be reasonably happy. I mean, his running average for the
60.
last 12 months is 79 and change, just shy of 80. He started yesterday with an 85, then
100.
had a 77, then an 86.69, then a 72, and then an 89.23. So you combine all of that, it's actually above his seasonal numbers.
100.
Yeah, overall 82.04 and 14 out of 45 on the doubling.
96. Alex Carr,
little
141.
Yeah, nearly sort of 3 points above his current level of play.
Double 12 for 141.
129.
Just inside. And that would have turned the screw of this game.
150.
Tunders just a whole throws looking for the 150. It's not going to go. And so Spellman is back for double 6 to
59.
break the
Alex
throw and to
Carr,
put him a leg
12.
away. How inviting is that? Nudges it across the first
Game shot
dart
on the
and
fifth
in.
leg.
And
Alex
Spellman
Spellman.
leads 3-2. He accrues the break and he's a leg away for
Six
making
leg,
it
Alex
6
to
and
throw
6
first.
to
Game
begin
on.
the group. Shake of a head. He knows he's had his opportunities in this game.
Nobody so
60.
far has taken more than 2 legs off him in a single match. Dropped only 6 legs yesterday in the entire day.
140. $45.
I know we talk a lot about the likes of Luke Littler and Bay Van Peer and how they've dominated groups in the past, but
$55.
I don't know about you, but there just seems an air of inevitability every single time that Alex Spellman's entered the stage this week.
Yeah, well, he's a very assured player and plays with a lot of confidence and expectation.
58.
Not at all pleased with how things
28.
have gone so far in this leg, but not being punished.
Remember, coming up after this match, we're going to be watching Jared Cole in action against the reigning WDF World Champion Neil Duff. And we're going to be hearing from Neil prior to that match taking place.
58. $94.
That's a blocker for him. Looks like there's plenty of room from that camera angle, but when we see the over-the-shoulder
46.
shot, you can see how flat his darts. Well, they're actually below horizontal,
68.
aren't they? We'll see them now, actually. There you go. And that's led across the treble 20. You can see they
81.
lay below
Christopher Carr,
horizontal and they go in on a bit of
116.
an angle.
98. Alex O'Carr, 153.
So this is for the match and to continue a imperious winning streak. 153 isn't going to go, and so Christopher Tunders can now do something that nobody else has done so far this week, and that is
60.
take Alex Spellman
Christopher Carr,
to a
18.
deciding leg. Double 9.
Game
It's
shot on the
found.
6th leg. Christopher Tunders.
And Spellman has been taken to the hill for the first time in week 8.
Yeah, and
7th
worryingly
and
for
final leg.
Alex,
Christopher to throw first. Game on.
the winning legs for Chris have been 18, 17 and 19.
100.
And for Alex, it's all about resetting.
95.
Positive start. He won his first 2 legs in the space of 24 darts, and we were thinking, well, possibly he might be entering record territory, and Christopher
77.
Tunders may be departing stage left in next to no time at all. But credit where credit's due as far as the German is concerned. He has made a right old fist of this.
In terms of odds,
134.
Chris was 12 to 5. Alex was 10 to 3 on.
140.
And Tunders may well be favourite for this match now. Is going to be favourite for this match now.
58.
Is going to have 6 darts for the match now.
100.
And a great find with the last dart to leave himself on a 2-dart combination to become the first player to cast a spell upon Spellman.
100.
And again,
Christopher
another good
Carr,
find with the
84.
last dart, but Tunders on 84 is going to have a match dart at double 11.
62. Alex O'Carr,
And
114.
Spellman pulling out the fire at 114. Maintain an unbeaten run. He wants tops.
74.
Thickness of the wire away.
Christopher Carr, 22.
So Tunders is presented with another opportunity, double 11. That's the double 8, so that leaves double 3 inside. And that
19.
last one just felt
Alex O'Carr,
rushed.
40.
And so Spellman comes back for tops. He's been 3 out of 9 on the doubling. That's his worst doubling display of the week so far.
Game shot on the match. Alex
But
Spellman.
Spellman makes it 6 at the best, but boy was he made to work for it in the end. He got off to a blazing start on the first 2 legs in the space of 24 darts, but Tunders wasn't going to crack amongst the task. He came back, conjured up a last leg decider, but Spellman just had that little bit too much. A 4-3 victory against Christopher Tunders to kickstart our day. Coming up after the break, Jared Cole in action against the reigning WDF World Champion, Neil Duff.
And so it's a Super 6 here at the Super Series for Alex Spellman, who got over the line there against Christopher Tondas, but not without some drama, as the German missed the opportunity to inflict the first defeat on the American. Right, game 2 now, and Jared Cole is about to take on Neil Duff. Duff, of course, who won the Lakeside World Championship last April, and in December this year will finally get his chance to defend that title. And earlier this morning, he was talking to Henry Deacon about that and today's play.
Neil, day 1, 3 wins, satisfied enough?
I was happy enough once I got off the ground. I felt like I could have got a lot more out of yesterday. First match, I think if I'd have hit the doubles to go 2-0 up on Alex, it might have been a different game altogether. It might have been a different day for him. But I have to put them right. But I came good. I lost to James with a 96. So the game's there. Showed it in the last match. I just need to hit the ground running a wee bit quicker today.
Do you feel like the highs were really high yesterday, but maybe the lows were a little bit low at points?
Yeah. It just seemed to be. It's the whole day seemed to be teetering about that someone had to kind of take control of the day. I know Alex went 5 for 5, but in patches he didn't play that great, and to me that showed the vulnerable side, which I'm going to have to capitalise on today. But I think all in all, it's a pretty good standard of group this time.
In terms of the finishing, it was on point. Few ton plus checkouts, including that game against Christopher yesterday. That was kind of one of the fortes, wasn't it? That kind of helped you out at points.
Yeah, but that's the minute that's my game. Either I'm taking ton plus checkouts out, or I'm missing 9 darts at a double. It's a strange old game, you know. But yeah, I need to be taking my chances when I get them. You're not going to get second chances with these guys in here.
Elsewhere, obviously, news came out yesterday from the WDF regarding the Lakeside Championship in December, title that you're going to be defending as the champion of that competition. Was that promising news, positive news for you yesterday that things have been confirmed?
Again, it's probably a bit of a mixed bag. I think, in all honesty, I was probably bracing myself the worst that the prize fund was going to get down. It did get down slightly, but the money's still there. Which, fair play to WDF, they've pulled that one there off. A little despondent that we haven't got a TV deal. I think for the prestige of the competition that it should be on TV in some capacity, YouTube. But we'll see what happens between now and then. But yeah, I was happy enough that the prize fund's there. A few other bits and pieces regarding next year's tour, whether I would do it, whether I don't. Obviously, I'll get a sit down with Gareth and we'll talk about it. But as far as the Lakeside goes, it's going ahead, so it can only be good news.
We look forward to seeing you defend your title. We look forward to watching you today, Neil. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Interesting to get a bit of insight on the feelings of the current and reigning and defending WDF champion, Neil Duff. And sort of echo his sentiments, really. It is a bit of a mixed bag. Shame they couldn't have secured a big enough sponsor to get themselves a broadcast deal, but there's still time. Maybe someone can step in and get it sorted at the later stages. I think it's a
First
very
leg,
hard
Jared to throw
sell
first.
to the thousands
Game
and
on.
thousands that travel chasing the dream, because without that prominent broadcaster, remember, for
59.
years and years on the Beeb and attracting millions and millions of viewers.
$121.
But considering the setbacks, Henry, I suppose it's ultimately positive that it's still
85.
going on.
And the big news is that most of the prize money has stayed at the same level. So the winners' checks are still going to be at the same level. So £50,000 for the men's champion, £25,000 for the women's champion. So in that regard, there's not been a massive change in terms of the prize fund. Ticket sales, from what we've
95.
heard, positive. They're better than last year's ticket sales. I know the WDF have taken that in their own hands and have set a better structure for it.
And they're getting the draw done nice and early so they can get the schedule out so people, friends and family and fans can sort their
92.
days off work and
Neil Lucar,
scheduling.
140.
And although the prize money is 50,000 for the men's champion,
Neil Lucar,
you
170.
tend to really make your money on the back of being champion. And if no one sees it and no one knows about it, it's very hard to
60.
to build
Neil
on that
Lucar,
in
80.
terms of exhibitions and personal appearances, because Neil will tell you himself after he
Getting shot on the
was
first leg.
victorious.
Neil Duff.
he's been flat out pretty much ever since with exhibitions and personal appearances. And of course,
Second
then
leg,
you
Neil
can
through first.
sell
Game
that
on.
advertising space on your shirt to businesses. But if nobody's watching it, then, or if nobody can watch
60.
it, it's a hard sell.
Well, and Neil's been a very, very proud champion of this particular competition.
100.
And as you mentioned, on the back of what he's done, invites to things like the World Seniors Championships. We played in 3 of the 4 televised senior majors
81.
in 2023, which was thanks in part to that success at Lakeside
Absolutely.
last April.
140. $28.
I think like any tournament, you just want the I's dotted and the T's crossed as soon as possible. And at least as far as the players are
140.
concerned, they know everything in terms of what they're playing for, in terms of structure, in terms of where the tournament's going to be available. And at least we're not in a situation where a couple of years ago
140.
nobody knew
Jared
anything until the
121.
day of the tournament. Jared Cole, 1-2-1. Went 25 for
89.
double 18. Has set himself up for double 16. And he's yet to win a leg against Neil Duff so far this week. He's 5-0 against the Duff man. And this is a much improved leg. And it's a much improved start to the day for the King of the Castle.
Well, if anything did let him down yesterday,
Getting shot on
it
the
was
second
that.
leg.
but
Jared Cole.
He's nailed that as clean as a whistle. 13 dart, hold us, break back.
Well, I'm not
Third
saying
leg,
Jared
Jared
Cole
first.
struggled on the
Game
doubles
on.
yesterday, but he was 9 for 49.
Well, the fact that he had
137.
so many opportunities at doubles tells us that he was creating chances, just couldn't take them.
You know, speaking to
55.
Jared yesterday, and so he felt a little bit under the weather last week in preparation for this.
Yeah, he's not been well. There is a bit
43.
of a cold going around. I've got it. Dirty little rhino virus.
85.
Surprised you're not tucked up in bed in your Pikachu
95.
slippers, mate.
It's just a cold, mate. Just a cold.
Don't say it too loud. We'll have to sterilise the building.
60. $140.
140 after dart 1.
Looks and feels so much better, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a bit of a bounce in his
100.
step
Jared
today.
86. 54.
And again, not doing anything dramatic. The approach play, spot on.
Well, currently averaging
60. Jolly Car 32.
6 points above what was his highest average at all yesterday. 94.95, the current average for Cole, but now needs to find double 8.
16.
And the way that
Neil
first
Car
start sat up on the double
141.
16 meant that he wouldn't have seen a lot of that particular double as Duff bears down on 141. Trouble 19 can't be found. He was so good at the ton plus finishing yesterday.
109. Jolly Car 16.
This time,
Green shot
open
on the
bid
third
to
leg,
aim at.
Jellicoe.
Open bid hit, 2-1.
Fourth leg nailed it through first. Game on.
Cole, who did play at that WDF World Championship last year, beat Martin Wolfie Adams on that particular stage. And
82.
many good players beat Martin Adams at the Lakeside.
60.
Beaten by 2-0. Martin actually only won the solitary leg in that particular match, and that was with a 1-2-1 checkout.
81.
Wonder what it is like to beat Martin Adams at Lakeside.
84.
Not easy. Especially when you're 4-1 down.
95.
You're just giving the fans extra entertainment.
Absolutely. Want to give them a bit of value for money.
They still ended up booing you.
97. 95.
It was actually the day I first met Chris Murphy.
Oh, and he still speaks to you.
I think speaks a very strong word. Tolerates is probably more appropriate.
Yeah, a couple of loose
44.
ones there
Neil
from
Car
Jared.
148. $85.
Bit of an off egg here from Jared, but at least it's against the Duff darts. Or on the
97.
Duff
Neil Car
darts.
63.
But 63 isn't a gimme, especially now. 45 left.
5 for tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Neil Duff.
And he, in that interview that you did with Neil, he was bang on regarding he's either in them
Fifth leg
plumb
challenge
for a
through
start
first.
or
Game on.
ends up chasing them around for a time.
140.
And it was that tops that won him that Lakeside title against Thibaut Jacol in April last year.
$82. $60.
Of course, the WDF World Cup gets underway this morning. In fact, I think it's been getting underway the last 10 minutes or so.
85.
As I think it's men's pairs today. If there's any significant results or happenings, we'll
96.
both try and keep you up to speed.
This is where we need Abby here for the Soccer Saturday service.
55.
She was at Fratton Park on Saturday. Obviously, she did something to annoy the
135.
producer somewhere. Top of League One now, Portsmouth.
Are they?
Looks like
Wow.
us and Sheffield Wednesday might be swapping paths next year.
137. Jared Car 70.
70 for Cole for 3-2. tops
50.
just dips below.
Neil the car 142.
Treble 17, Duff's first port of call for the 142. And so Cole's going to come back for double 10. Now this was the double
88.
that caused him
W car
more
20.
problems than any other yesterday. Double 5.
Game shot on the
Found
fifth
for
leg.
free
Jared
two.
Cole.
And it still feels like he's trying to
Six leg nailed it through
find
first. Game
something.
on.
Jav, there's still something left in the locker. Because we know that he's got an incredibly high ceiling.
44.
And I just wonder, the age he is now, 23, and he feels the next
81.
18 months is the kind of time of his career where he wants to take that bit of a push, bit of a kick, that take to the next step.
Yeah, it's getting
100.
the tour card is the main mission for Jared next year.
45.
Has had a taste of that this year. Beat Peter Wright on the Pro Tour. So
100.
Duffy's intentions, as we know, are very much different. It is the Lakeside in December, and then you'd imagine we'd see him
58.
back at the World Seniors in 2024.
Yeah, I think that's his main mission. Play as much modus as possible.
140.
Play on the seniors events. I mean, if he defends his title, he doesn't have to worry about travelling next year, does he, on the WWF Tour?
57. Neil the car
Well, if he won that event in
117.
Australia, then he would have been all but good as into Lakeside because of the platinum status. It gives you an automatic invitation.
43.
It's a disastrous concept, an idea. Basically, if you're the best player
140.
in
Neil
the
the car
WWF, you
74.
want that player travelling and establish his status as the ranked #1 player. With the system they have now,
Game shot on the sixth
beautiful.
leg. Neil
the
Dog.
players don't have any real incentive to travel once, because the prize money is predominantly so poor in these.
Seventh and
I
final
mean, for
leg. Jared
example, the
through
event
first.
Matt
Game
Edgar
on.
won at the weekend, €600. Well, by the time you've maybe having to take time
60.
off work, the flights, accommodation, entry fees, expenses when you're there, is it really worth doing if you've already qualified for Lakeside? Well, the answer is no.
To be fair, the prize one was double up, but then he
100.
realised Matt Edgar was playing in it. So, last leg decider, and Cole with the darts
140.
has put it upon Duff there with that 140 turn.
$85. $60.
Only 60 from Jared. Open the door for Neil Duff. That one's come out the hand.
$26.
Well, as soon as Jared handed the initiative to Neil, he's handed it straight back.
134.
134 leads 107. And Duff needs another one of these.
100.
Isn't
Jared
found, and so
O'Connell,
Jared Cole
107.
has 6 darts for the match from 107. A victory which would move him on to 6 points in the group.
83.
He's tied it up. 24 after 5 visits. No finish for Duff.
41. Jared O'Connell 24.
So double 12 for Jared Cole to get over the line. A
Finish
much
on the match,
improved
Jared
display to start the day for Jared Cole as he deposes of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3, and it puts him level of points with the Duff man at the top of the table. It puts him into 3rd spot, on to 6 points with an 86.13 average, 4 out of 9, much improved finishing stats for him. As for Neil Duff, an 84 average, he was word perfect on the doubles. It was a lack of scoring power that did for him in the end. Coming up after the break, James Richardson, who begins the day bottom of the pile, taking on Bradley Roos.
Welcome back. 2 days in, 2 games in even, to today's ties, and every single leg has been played so far. 4-3 wins for Alex Spellman and Jared Cole. And guess what the scoreline was in this match yesterday? James Richardson and Bradley Roos. Yes, that's right. It was indeed 4-3. It went the way of the young Dutchman. So who will win this Richardson-Roos replay? Let's find out with Mace and Henry.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, it was a disaster on the doubles yesterday for Richardson, specifically in this tie. Yeah, an interesting result in the last one with Jared Cole getting the better of Neil Duff. That's, well, not ended the hopes of Neil Duff in terms of winning this Group A. It's just made it a whole heap more difficult.
First leg, James to throw first.
So, from the men's world champion
Game
at the
on.
Lakeside last year to the boys' world champion at the Lakeside last year.
Well, a win for Bradley, and he joins
180.
Jared and Neil Duff on 6. And that's still 6 points adrift of Spellman after just 1 cycle of matches. Well, how about this for a start to the match?
140.
5 out of 6 on the treble 20.
Well done, mates.
54.
Back to reality.
Soul to soul.
140.
You know I'm going to have that in my head for the rest of the day now.
180.
180, 54, 180. 87 after 9. The day started with an 11 darter from Alex Spellman.
96, James Ricard 87.
Twelve will do. If he can find the ball.
39, Bradley Ricard
To be, and
125.
so Ruse looking for 125. Treble would have left tops.
65, James Ricard 48.
8 for tops.
38, Bradley Ricard 60. Game shot on the first leg, Bradley Roos.
Bradley Ruse gets it done in 15 darts to break the throw of Richardson, despite 2 maximums in that
Second leg,
opening
Bradley
leg.
to throw first, game on.
And that pretty much summed up his day yesterday, didn't it?
Looks like a new bit of chalk for James today.
100.
You hope him for a chalk and cheese type performance today.
99.
I would say, did he steal it from the teacher's desk? But I don't use chalkboards these days.
123.
Oh, my teacher used to throw the chalkboard rubber at me.
60.
Was that when you were at school?
Yeah, the odd day I went.
Just to split things up.
Well, they're quite heavy wooden things. You get one of them round your ear hole, you know
60.
about it. Richardson needs a 2 treble visit here. Just to try and
59.
keep in touch, but you can see the frustration.
You know, I never used to get hit at school, but I used to get sent out a lot.
94.
Yeah, of course you did.
Apparently I talk a lot.
57. Bradley
So
O'Connell,
124
124.
for Ruse to take a 2-0 lead and to really assert his authority in a game there. Richardson came out the traps flying. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye if he doesn't want to. And so he
84.
sets himself up for tops upon his return to put himself to the halfway point.
88. Bradley O'Connell, 40.
This has been a really strong start for Bradley, who ended yesterday strongly. That's a nice guy. Can he just cushion one just underneath?
20.
No is the
James
answer.
O'Connell,
And
138.
so James Richardson for 138, which somebody else famously an Ipswich Town supporter took out once upon a time.
36. Bradley O'Connell, 20.
Well, this was his strong point yesterday. The finishing department for Bradley.
Game shot on the second
Case in
leg.
point
Bradley
again,
Roos.
2-0. I was actually having a chat with Bradley following the
Third leg,
culmination
James
of
to
the
throw first. Game on.
session, and we were talking about the last time he was here, and he was saying that he was listening to the commentary. You were in the commentary box for that
83.
particular week, and he was talking about how he was listening to that in terms of his temperament and how he's trying to improve that, try and get himself in match situations instead of
84.
getting himself disheartened by a bad visit, try and put it behind him and try and look forward to the next visit. It's still a process for him, but it's something that he's trying to learn.
97.
Rome wasn't built in a day. And every day in darts is a school day.
60.
Easy enough to play, almost impossible to master.
Did you get your packed lunch?
140.
I used to go down the chippy.
Got a sausage roll if you
58.
want one. There's a famous sandwich shop where I may have bought a 4-pack from.
165.
Well, that's excellent.
Well, this is what he has in the locker, of course. He's averaging
99.
10 more
Change your car,
than
16.
Bradley, but he's none from 3 on the doubles. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, he's gonna have to go to the high side.
8.
Will come back for double 4.
41.
And
Change your
Bradley,
car,
with the
8.
worst possible last die, he was better off having a bounce out. Double 4. Because he's got 6 from here. Doesn't want to come inside.
No score.
At least the miss was on the outside wire.
$65. Change your car, 8.
So 2 4s.
Game shot on
Double
the
2
third
will
leg.
do
James
for Richardson. Back it goes to 2-1.
Yeah, but ended up a very long leg. A 20
Fourth
dart
leg Bradley to
hold.
through first. Game on.
Desperate to get the break back. No better time than now.
$93.
The 070, which you can see on the collar of
$97.
Bradley's shirt, is actually the local area code for his hometown of The Hague in the Netherlands. Which is actually the de facto capital of the
140.
Netherlands, situated on the west coast and the third biggest city in the Netherlands.
And it is a wonderful city.
140.
Been there many times to play exhibitions.
Back in the day, there used to be a huge exhibition circuit, wasn't there, in Holland? The likes of Tony.
98.
I think Tony O'Shea and that actually moved out to Holland for a time, didn't they? Because they were so busy on that circuit.
Yes, it was an incredible period on the
54.
back end,
Bradley
of course, of the
170.
success of Raymond van Barneveld.
You are tuning in, Tony. Hope you're keeping well. Good friend of
96.
all of us here at the Super Series, Tony O'Shea. Friend of everyone in darts.
Yes, he sure is.
$76. Bradley O'Carr, 74.
$20 for tops. Double 10.
Game
Found
shot on the
3-1.
fourth leg. Bradley Roos.
Convincing performance so far from Bradley Roos.
Another tidy leg from Bradley.
Fifth leg James to
15
throw
dart
first.
hold
Game
on
on.
that occasion, averaging 84 to Richardson's 81.
127.
In fact, didn't Tony O'Shea make a final at the Super Series last year? Who did he lose to?
140.
I've been on the other end of it plenty of times.
60. $55.
Richardson in need of
134.
a bit of a flurry here, and this is a 1-2-7 and 1-3-4 in this leg. Has given the ascendancy on throw. It's going to have to find a break at some point.
99.
But first jobs first. Hold the throw here, then pile the pressure upon Roos against the darts. He's going to put this high,
140.
leaving tops after 12 to bring the gap back to 3-2.
58. James O'Carr, 40.
Well, every comeback's got to start somewhere. We need to find a double to do that first.
35.
And James Richardson is
Car
1 from 14 on the
149.
outer ring.
No finish, so Richardson will be back.
60.
One for double
James
two.
Car 5.
Madhouse to save it.
Getting shot on the fifth leg.
Madhouse
James Richardson.
salvages it.
Yeah, and that was very much needed.
6 leg. Bradley to throw first. Game on.
He's had twice as many darts at a double than his opponent, Bradley. He's 2 from 16. Bradley, 3 from
100.
8.
Which was kind of the story for his day yesterday. Bradley Rhodes had a
100.
average of the day of 82.72. In terms of his finishing, he was 13 from 31.
100.
Which is more than respectable.
100.
Richardson just geeing himself up in the background.
134.
It's not audible. But he's one of those who's got to play that bit of tempo and bit of
139.
flair.
Bradley Car 167.
Well, Richardson's just seen what he's done, and he had a big miscalculation yesterday against Alex Spellman, which ultimately cost him the match. And going down to 19s
97.
there may have just cost him this particular game, because it's afforded Bradley 6 and 167. He comes back for 70 to complete
59.
the job.
Bradley Car 70.
And for treble 10 has found the treble 15. And so double 10
50.
just on the
James
wire.
Car 103.
And can Richardson reprieve himself here with a 103? No is the answer. And so Bradley
55.
comes back
Bradley Car 20.
wanting double 10.
Yeah, to wrap things up, pretty convincingly 4-2, and another disappointing and frustrating match for Richardson. Wins the
shot in the
double
match,
5,
Bradley
gets
Rhodes.
the win. Clench of the fist. That is a big win for Bradley against Richardson. 4-2 in the end. Averages very similar indeed. 83.02 Richardson, 83.85 for Bradley. 2 180s in the game. They went to the man on the wrong end. James Richardson, just 2 from 16 was his undoing. Up next, Neil Duff back in action against Christopher Tonders.
Welcome back. 3 closely fought fights so far here at the MODUS Super Series. The first couple of matches going the distance, 7 legs between Alex Spellman, who got over the line against Christopher Tonders, and Jared Cole, who pipped Neil Duff at the post before. Bradley Roos condemned James Richardson to another defeat. Only 1 win so far for Richardson in this group. It means it makes it more likely that he might be in the same group as his son, Josh, later in the week. Right, 4th game now about to get underway, and it is a meeting between Neil Duff and Christopher Tonders. And talking you through the action, it's back to Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so it is Northern Ireland up against Germany here in our 4th game of the day. Christopher Tonders, who lost out to Alex Spellman in that last leg decider, but what he did do in the middle portion of that match was really give Alex a bit of a game, because the American came out the traps flying. As to Neil Duff, well, the finishing wasn't an issue at all, and the finishing hasn't been something we've really spoken about a lot, but he was outscored, wasn't he, in large portions of that game to Jared Cole.
Yeah, for sure.
First leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
As we've seen from him yesterday, with the 96 average in defeat against Richardson, also had that 103.66.
100.
So we know he's got a high level in the locker.
Just want to get your
85.
take on the bookmakers' odds for this match, because they have Neil Duff off as the 4-11 favourite and Christopher Tonders outside of it 2-1.
Yeah,
140.
I get it, that's for sure. Yesterday it was 4-9 Neil
100.
Duff, 13-8 about Chris, and he was pretty convincing in victory yesterday against Chris.
100.
For the short price backers, I think it's a fair
100.
shout.
Near the car, 161.
And he's got 6 starts here from 161 to take out the opening leg. He's going to go this time, and so it's all about setting up with Tonders back on 216.
24.
And of that he hasn't done, and has perhaps presented a bit of an opening here.
$122.
And he has opened up that door.
Put a different spin on the leg, that, hasn't it?
Unless 137 went, but it didn't. So
97.
Tonders is back for 94. This for an opening leg break. A leg he seemed out of. It's a leg that he could win with 2 double 19s. What a flairish, enigmatic finish from Christopher Tonders.
Second leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
You can look up to the heavens all you want, Neil.
58.
That definitely happened.
Yeah, he's just trying to work out how.
$85.
Be one for the highlights,
43.
real, wouldn't it?
Yep, available on our Super Series YouTube channel, our tailor-made highlights.
And don't forget, if you've got any questions
85.
or comments for myself or Henry, you can contact us on X, formerly Twitter, at
100.
MSS Darts. We've also got content on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
Yeah, our TikToks.
177.
They've been quite popular recently. Not that I've seen any of them, I'll be honest.
135. Near the car,
No, I'm not
154.
a TikToker, personally.
This could make a highlights reel. Tops.
Getting shot on the
that
second
is
leg. Neil Duff.
magnificent from the Duff man.
3-3-1 in 6, 1-7-7, followed by
Third
a
leg, Neil to throw
1-5-4
first. Game
checkout
on.
for a 12 dart break back. Absolutely spectacular.
100.
Lights up the blue touch paper and away we go.
$140. 85.
Averages right now of 104.27 for Duff, 97.7 for Tunders.
$140. 60.
And Duff here with 6 darts on 176 to take a 2-1 lead.
$60. 60.
And I'll get
Nearly
another
car
6 from
116.
116. We'll stay there. I was looking to find the treble 19. 76 left. So we'll
100.
leave double 8 upon his return.
$96.
To
Nearly
put
car
himself
16.
halfway there. Double 8. Can he just nudge that across? You can see it's an inviting
8.
guy, but
Christopher Car 88.
overcompensates, and so Tunders is back for 2-1.
Well, it's similar to leg 1, isn't it?
Game shot on the third leg. Christopher Saunders.
Picks his pocket yet again.
Fourth leg, Christopher to throw
Now
first.
has the game
on.
in the palm of his hand.
$45.
How's your luck, Neil?
$100. $125. $60. $44.
Coming up after this, we'll see the league leader, Alex Spellman, in action. He takes on Bradley Roos.
100.
But we are locked into battle here. 2-1 to Tunders against Neil Duff.
78.
Couple of trebles here could change the complexion of the leg. A couple of trebles is what Duff finds.
140. $96. Near the car 101.
Well, this would be for yet another break. And bull for double 16 on the back of the single 19 with the
26.
first start. And so Tunders
This
to
is the car
make it
113.
3-1. And this would be for the first holder throw in this match.
81.
Not to be.
Near
And
the
so
car
to continue the
75.
breakathlon, Duff looking for 75. Hasn't really cleaned it up from the 101. But can he recover? By pinning tops.
Game shot on the fourth
How
leg.
many
Neil Duff.
times, one dart in hand, is Neil Duff going to find tops this week?
Fifth leg, Neil to throw first. Game on. $45. 100.
Well, Duff is now putting up the ante, finds the game's first maximum.
57.
The lights go off around the auditorium. The bellow of the big call from Paul Hinks.
100.
Ticking along nicely, averaging 95.
59.
And Tunders has absolutely nothing by way of response in this leg. It's the Lakeside champion making his mid-match move.
60.
Even that 60 may not be a disaster because Tunders
59.
cannot punish.
Near the car, 116.
He's found just a solitary treble in 12 darts in this leg. Finds the treble 19. It's tots a 3-2.
96.
And for once, he's missed that double.
$140. Near the
Put himself a
car,
leg
20.
away. Double 10 is what he's looking at.
Game shot on the fifth
Little nudge
leg.
across and into the lead at 3-2. The first holder throw in this match goes by way of Neil Duff.
Six leg Christopher throw first. Game on.
Recovered well here, hasn't he?
134.
He was in a spot of bother, averaging over 92 at the moment. Can assure you, would have
60.
walked away from that game against Jared Cole disappointed. This is a good response.
100.
Has outscored his German opponent for large swathes of this match, but for Christopher himself, he's averaging around about 10 points higher than
44.
that he averaged in his 4-3 defeat to Alex Spellman.
140.
And guess what that 140 leaves?
$60. Christopher Carr, 127.
Go on, Paul. It's your moment. It's your shot, but Tunders isn't going to take it out.
95.
Well, set up handily, though. Double 16 after 12, and it looks like it's going to be a third last leg decider
97. Christopher Carr,
in
32.
4 matches. And he's got the luxury of time. Time he's going to
16.
need.
$44. Christopher Carr, 16.
To take us all the way.
Game shot on
Double
the
4
sixth
pinned
leg.
by
Christopher
Tunders.
Childers.
We go to a last leg decider.
Yeah, that's just about right for this one, I think. Both players
Seventh and
averaging
final leg, Neil to
87.
throw first. Game on.
3 out of 8 on the doubles for Duff. 3 out of 7 for Christopher.
100.
The superior, bigger scoring has come from Duff, but the consistency has
59.
come from Tonders.
But
100.
Duff's class comes to the boil when it comes up clutch.
44.
And that has forced the mistake of Tunders. Has that forced the hand of Tunders?
$68.
He used himself a finish. And he's going to get a couple of cracks at 153.
59. Neil the car 153.
May just do it in 3. And a 154 earlier on in the piece.
85.
He had that wonderful sequence, didn't he? The 177 followed by the 154 out. This is a strong
87.
deciding
Neil
leg,
the car
68 after
68.
12. We'll briefly be able to
28.
close the gap to just 4.
$45. Neil the car 40.
Tots for Duff to get his first victory of the
Getting shot in the
day.
match,
Tots
Neil
is
Duff.
found for Neil Duff to put him on to 8 points and to put him as the ultimate chaser for Alex Spellman in this group. Christopher Tunders, well, that's 2 4-3 defeats to the top 2 players in the group. And it sees him as he walks off stage, second bottom of the pile. For Duff, well, he came at clutch when the moments were big, wasn't he? 154 finish and a strong deciding leg sees him the 4-3 victor against Christopher Tunders. Coming up after the break, it's Alex Spellman against Bradley Roos.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back. Well, this week so far at the Super Series, one man remains unbeaten in Group A, and that man is Alex Spellman, the American ace, who has won 6 games so far, just preparing for number 7, his meeting with the young Dutchman Bradley Roos. He got victory in his first match today when he beat James Richardson 4-2. Spellman got the better of Christopher Tondas 4-3 in his opener and is now looking to make it a magnificent 7. Talking you through the action today, it's our commentary duo of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Chris. Bradley Roos finishing his warm-up darts. He takes on Alex Spellman, which no one yet has had the spell for as of yet. Although Christopher Tundas came close in the first one, the only player to have sent him to a deciding leg so far this week.
Yeah, Alex was very convincing in this
Alex
tie yesterday,
first.
winning 4-1 with a 95-26. Couple of 180s in there, 4 out of 12 on the doubles. Bradley averaged a respectable 84-81. He also had a couple of 180s in the tie, and he was 1 from 5 on the doubles, so his opportunities
43.
were limited.
$57. $120. $140.
Well, this is just typically Spellman.
180.
There's the first max of the match, and don't expect it to be the last.
Well, we usually see an increase in level of performance
100.
from Spellman
Alex
as the
158.
day goes on.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Double 19. That would have been to have
120.
started in style.
It would have been the highest finish of the week so far.
59. Alex O'Carr 38.
Yeah, the 154 of Neil Duff, the highest of the week up to press. The highest yesterday was the 124 from
Getting shot on the
Spellman in
first
that game
leg.
against
Alex
Christopher
Spellman.
Tundas. The double 19 found for 14 dart opening leg cold for the American.
Second leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I think the biggest question is, who's the most likely to beat Alex
96.
this week? Because so far in this group, because I don't know what the answer to that is as of yet. Possibly Neil.
Well, he's the one that showed the highest ceiling in terms of level of
60.
performance with that 103.66, but then it's all about timing, and they meet in the final match of today's session.
81.
And of course, that 103.66 came in Neil's final game of the day yesterday. He's at it again.
140. $100.
Of course, do get in touch with us at MSS Darts on Twitter.
Yeah, you've got a direct access
45.
into the commentary box. Henry has the app open.
Yeah, do send in your comments. We will
57.
get through to them. We'll answer your questions. Question time with Mace. That could be interesting.
82. Bradley O'Carr 167.
Well, 6 darts to 167 for Bradley. Ruse to level up at 1-1.
95. $58. Bradley O'Connor, 72.
So 72 for Bradley Ruse for 1-1. It's tops.
52.
Just
Alex
below. And so
O'Connor,
Spellman back for
116.
116 to double his lead with a break of throw. He's going to go down for the 19s. Single. Leads tops. Tops for Spellman.
Game shot
At
on the
his
second leg.
clinical
Alex Spellman.
best. 2-0. And Ruse could only bump fists in
Third leg, Alex to
acknowledgement.
throw first.
Perhaps
Game on.
begrudgingly doing so. As a case of, I don't really want to acknowledge it, but I kind of have to.
140.
You could see from that angle exactly where Alex would have been aiming his dart in the open bed and found it perfectly.
140. $174.
140, 174 to put Bradley under the pump in this third leg.
135.
He's responded well. He's left 2-2-6 after 6, but he's just a passenger in this leg.
I can tell you of an early match in the World Cup pairs. The WDF World Cup pairs, that is. And what a
80.
draw this is. Wesley Plaisier and Berry Van Peer against Danny Lauby and Bruce Robbins. Wesley and Berry victorious 4-2.
59. Alex O'Connor, 107.
107 for Spellman for 3-0.
Andreas Harrison, who we've seen
Game shot
Saturday
on the
night.
third
And
leg.
Dennis
Alex Spellman.
Nielsen, also victorious, 4-1. He's on a bit of a roll at the minute, Andreas, isn't he? This man's on a bit of a roll.
Game on.
That was a 12 dart hold for 3-0, averaging 102.48. At the moment, Bradley's just a
97.
passenger in this one.
Yeah, I think Sweden could be a real territory of interest for us here at the Super Series. You got Anton Andreas, Dennis Nilsson, as you said there. And you had other players from Sweden, maybe other parts of
140.
Scandinavia, Benjamin Djurus.
The Welsh duo of Mark Challenger and Sean Fisher, another
60.
familiar name with the Super Series. They're also through 4-1.
Wasn't he the Codfather, Sean Fisher, or something like that?
97.
Still never be as good as the abominable throw man.
60.
And that Tim Vine's, was it Tim Vine or another celebrity nickname who came up with that? I know you got Frosty the Throw Man.
Yeah, Mark Frost.
131.
1-3-1 to leave 1-3-3, and the match is in Spellman's sights.
60. Alex O'Connor, 133.
For the match, and to make it 7-heaven. Double 8 for win number 7, just inside.
125.
And that would have been back-to-back 12s. Well, we did mention that the WDF World Championships will be streamed this year. Certainly hope
100.
it's a little better than the stream I'm watching right now.
Double 4.
4.
Ooh,
Battle your
just
car
inside. So an
124.
opportunity for Bradley. It's a toughie. Oh, can't be done.
48. Alice your car 4.
2s never lose. And it
Game
seems like
shot in the match,
Spellman
Alex
can't lose
Spellman.
either, because that's 7 in a row for the American, who gets the better of Bradley Roos by 4 legs to 0. A little bit of a puff of the cheek. That's as much of an emotion as you're going to get for him. And perhaps that average sums him up. 100.2. 15 darts a leg on average. 60 darts to get the job done. 40% on the doubles. 2-ton plus outshots. Yeah, that is class in a glass. And Spellman is class. Coming up after the break. Cole against Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jared Cole is just completing his practice darts ahead of his second darting duel of the day. The king of the castle takes on that man, ruthless James Richardson, who is looking to add to his solitary victory that came yesterday. Richardson not had the greatest time so far in this group and was beaten 4-1 in this fixture on Monday. Will it be repeat or revenge? Let's find out with Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, James needs to stop the rot. He's already, well, not mathematically out of the equation, but he's not winning Group A. He's still got an outside squeak of Group B, but he certainly can't afford
First
to
leg,
lose any
Jared
more
is through
matches.
first.
I'm sure Jared
Game
will
on.
be certainly buoyed from getting over the line against Neil Duff in match 1. 4-3.
96.
We're seeing spells from James today already, but
60.
just not culminated in points on the table. He is at the foot of the table on just 1 win.
However, he does play in Group C, then we do
119.
bring back the father and son battle.
Maybe another 9.
Sorry, Josh, it has to happen once a day when your dad plays.
66.
Seems to be a new energy, a new lease of life in
140.
Jared Cole today. It's a little bit flat come the end of play yesterday. But
59. Jared Yukar,
new
146.
day, fresh mentality. And a really good start to this match. And he could well provide us a 146.
114.
As for Richardson, well, it's been a sluggish start to say the least. He was averaging around his
76.
daily,
Jared Yukar,
just below his
32.
daily numbers in that first game, 83.02.
Getting shot on the
As
first
Cole
leg.
takes
Jared
the first
Cole.
leg in 13. In fact, Richardson's numbers for yesterday, 85.73, 13 out of 46.
Second leg, James to throw first.
And he
Game on.
picked up one win.
Yeah, in terms of those above him, where were their daily numbers?
Well, for contrast, Jared Cole was
93.
80.56 for the day and missed 40 darts at a double. Yeah, 4-0.
137.
Yeah, as I said at the top of the show with Chris Murphy, it very much felt like James Richardson was far from the worst player
100.
in terms of numbers yesterday. It certainly was in terms of results.
140. $100.
Back-to-back two treble visits to start this leg for Cole has put the
54.
Richardson throw under the severest of threats. However, a dry visit there means that Richardson is back in business, and that 140 makes him favourite for the leg. However, last time he was here, Cole hit 3 of these. He might find the fish again. The bullseye.
145. James Yukar, 68.
It's tops.
48.
It's just below.
Jared Yukar,
And Cole's back
25.
for a 2-0 lead, averaging 117.24 at the minute. And he's going to get a go at double 12.
13. James Yukar, 20.
It's a huge mistake.
Getting shot on the second
Richardson
leg. James
punishes.
Richardson.
Both the opening legs
Third
going
leg,
with
Jared to throw
darts, but
first,
an
game on.
opportunity spurned by Cole. Actually could have been
57.
13 darter, followed up by a 14.
But has invited the pressure upon him now because he came up dry at the
134.
opening of that particular leg. And Richardson's taken full advantage with 2 trebles.
85.
And can only dip his gravy into the treble boat once in that particular visit.
59. 59. 69.
'Indeed, he could do with another one.
85.
And that was another issue, wasn't it, for Jared yesterday, those single 5s.
99. 97. James Yukar, 140.
So Richardson, 140 for a 2-1 lead and a break of throw. Not to be. And doesn't like the lie of that first die. Has to move across. Does well to find it with the second dart.
100.
Then
Jared
had to
Yukar,
go high because he's got
118.
that sort of action where the darts stand up to attention. He could have sucked one into the treble and bust the score.
86. James Yukar, 40. Getting
Well,
shot
for
on the
an
third
unlikely
leg.
looking
James Richardson.
2-1 lead after the opening leg. It's Richardson on top with a
Fourth leg, James to throw
16
first.
dart
Game on.
breaker throw. In fact, it's back-to-back 16 darters.
54. 45. $83.
Well, this would be a bit of a dizzying performance from Jared Cole so far. Positive start,
95.
but Richardson now very much in the running. And as you mentioned at the start, this is a much needed victory for Ruthless.
140.
He's to harbour Group B hopes.
$43. $140.
On 40 leads Richardson on a finish for a 3-1 lead. And only a maximum will leave Cole on an outshot.
$119.
So
James, you
no
got
pressure
84.
on this 84. Doesn't need to go 14 ball.
52. $140. James, you got
So-
32.
Double 16 for a 3-1 lead. Can he nudge one across as he moves across? No,
score.
is the answer.
Jolly
So
Car
Cole is
59.
back for the break back in 2-2.
And is all that good work going to be undone? Oh dear.
Only leaves himself one in
27.
hand and can't
James, you
take
got
it.
32.
And so Richardson comes back for 3-1.
Getting shot on the
And you
fourth
don't
leg.
give him
James
second
Richardson.
invitations.
Yeah, you can see the reaction there, pointing at it, saying that's where it is.
Fifth leg, Jared to third first. Game on.
3 from 7 on the doubles, averaging 84.
Fair to say that this is a much
96.
better quality contest than the one that we saw from the pair yesterday. There was 23
100.
missed darts between the pair in this game yesterday.
$60. $100. $96.
Big fun with the last dart, but Richardson will feel like he has got some say against the darts to seal a 4-1 win. Can he find another one of them?
100.
Well, he's on for the perfect 15.
$59.
And he's got 6 for the match. And that's a perfect first dart. That's a perfect second.
139.
And Richardson is warring towards the finishing line. Cole missed a dart at the ball on the back of a 170 for a 2-0 lead.
60. James Ricard, 62.
And it's kind of come and gone for him from there. As Richardson stares at the barrel of double
James Sheldon and Mark
16
James
for a
Richardson.
4-1 victory, which puts him onto 4 points, and it keeps Cole locked on 6. And so, ruthless by name, ruthless by nature, a 14 darter to seal the job for James Richardson. 4 out of 8 on the finishing, an overall average of 88.25 for Jared Cole. 1 out of 6 when it came to the doubles for the king of the castle. Upon our return after the break, it's the beginning of the third round of fixtures for the day, which sees Bradley Rose take on Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 6 games down, so 6 games for Chris Mason to analyse. And, well, we'll have a look at the results, Chris. But the first one, pretty significant, because you mentioned Spellman might be vulnerable in the first match, and he was.
Yeah, he dodged a bullet there, really, and that could have opened things up for the rest of the group. They could have all closed the gap, but as it was, he's just, well, unflappable, isn't he? And he's just continued to create a bigger gap to the field.
Yeah, showed that in his second game, that 4-0 win against Bradley Roos. He'd beaten James Richardson earlier, but a bit of a tonic for Richardson before the break there.
Yeah, a much-needed win. He just has to get some points on the board, get a bit of confidence. It's looking most likely he will be going into Group C with his son Josh on Thursday and Friday, and now it's just a rebuilding process, trying to get some confidence. Listen, we've seen plenty of players not play particularly well in Group A and go on to win the week.
Yeah, you mentioned Alex Spellman dodging a bullet in that first game against Christopher Toonders. We can take a look at that now. Now, Christopher had a habit yesterday of going deep into games, but he won his first 2, 4-3. He'll be ruining those missed starts for the match.
Yeah, he certainly will, and you could almost see there was a different element to his approach, because he was well aware of, you know, how big it would have been for him to get a win over the table-topping and favourite-looking Alex Spellman, and yeah, just a lack of experience there, that's all. What
about Neil Duff then? He's played some really good stuff, hasn't he? We've seen the best of Neil Duff, but not maybe as consistent. If he's doing this all the time, he'd be up there with Spellman, wouldn't he?
Yeah, this was a lovely phase for him, a 1-7-7. And then backed it up with a 1-5-4 out, and you know he was 1-0 down, and this should give him a lot of confidence. At the moment, he's just lacking some consistency. We've seen the very best of Neil Duff and the very worst with a mid-70s average and 103.66. But we know when he's at his best, he has a high enough ceiling to trouble anybody.
Yeah, got over the line again. Toonders opposites yesterday. Winning 4-3 in 2 matches, losing 4-3 in 2 matches today. But there is only really one player that's worth talking about, and that's still Alex Spellman, isn't it? You said at the start of the day he could have it wrapped up by halfway through today, and it looks like he might.
Yeah, he's got a big gap, hasn't he? He's got a 6-point cushion now to the rest of the field, and he'll just be playing with absolute freedom. He is rock solid. He's the player that is the one that looks to have the most consistency, and his B game is often good enough to get him over the line.
Well, let's have a look at the table to show you exactly what the situation is and how far ahead he is. It's 6 points that he's restored that cushion, and we've mentioned that game with Duff at the end of the day. Duff needs to keep winning to keep that game significant, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has to hope for a slip up from Alex, and then for Neil to go through the card unbeaten and get a win over Alex in the final match of the session, and we could have a serious chase on tomorrow.
First of all, though, he's got to get the better of Bradley Roos. That's the next game coming up here. Have you seen enough from both players to think that this could be a close encounter?
Yeah, no reason why not. Certainly, it was something I picked up on Bradley the last time he was here. He was a little bit too emotionally invested and got himself drawn in and down in matches, where he looks a lot more mature, and he's got a slightly different approach, and that may not reap dividends right away, but certainly going forward it will.
Right, let's see if Roos can reign or if Duff can do it in the company of this man and Henry Deacon.
Thank you so much, Chris. And so into round 3 we go. Duff against Roos to kickstart it. As far as both players' days are concerned, well, Duff has been involved in 4-3 games both times. Was on the wrong end of the score against Jared Cole, before then beating Christopher Toonders by that score, including a highlight 154 checkout in there.
First leg, Bradley to through first.
But Bradley, well, he lost 4-0 to Alex Spellman. Spellman averaging 100.2, 60 darts to defeat him. Before that, well, an 83-85 and a 4-2 win against Richardson. His base is in that 83-84 region. You sense he might just have to up it a little bit here if he's to get the better of Neil Duff. The bookmakers have Bradley Roos as the evens outsider, even money. Neil Duff 8-11 on.
Yeah, I think the 8-11 is very backable. I probably would have made him a bit of a shorter favourite.
58
for this one. there's a bit of value there. And you would think
97.
that Neil would have been buoyed from that full 3 win over Christopher, which did see that lovely spell of 177 followed by
83.
154. Did have a 180 in there. The doubling was good, 4 from 9. Average was tidy enough.
60. $100. $140.
40 for Duffman.
Very much needed.
$60.
Well, that is
Neil the car,
very unfortunate. Yeah,
144.
he gave it a second look and a smile. I was going to say, is that a 154? Can he get a 144?
Doesn't go, and so Bradley on the 140 each just to save his
94.
throw.
Bradley car 140.
Isn't going to go, and so Duff has the break opportunity in this opening leg. 50 required
39.
to accrue it.
Neil the car 50.
We'll probably go 10 for tops here, and that's exactly what he elects to do.
Wow, that was an absolute flyer.
30. Bradley car 101.
Well, I don't need to tell you what he thought about that. You don't need to be a body language expert. This would hurt. Just in the single 9.
69.
This is the 32.
Neil the car
What
20.
an opportunity.
So double 10 for Duff. Double
Game
10
shot of the
found
first
for Duff.
leg.
He
Neil
gets
Duff.
the break and leads 1-0.
Second leg Neil the third first. Game on. $100. $58.
As you can see, stands left and leans left. But ultimately, everything
100.
remains still and planted. A little bit more movement from Bradley.
42. $100.
Neil Duff pulls 200 clear in leg 2.
$100.
Lost the line there.
30.
Doesn't leave a finish. Bradley will need 2 trebles in this turn to leave a finish. So
60.
6 from here, if needed, for Neil Duff. Could get it done in 4, of course. Oh, he can stay there.
95.
So 76 for a 2-0 lead. And Bradley hasn't got anything by way of response.
83. Neil the car
Been a real
76.
struggle for him to press as Duff looks to press home his advantage. 2 8s. Can he just clip that off the barrel?
60.
Well, he tried to do it, but he
Bradley
couldn't
car
find the target.
158.
You can't believe either of those haven't found the target. But he's going to be back.
44. Neil the car 16.
It's for 2-0, and it has been incredibly comfortable so far for Neil Duff. Well, that was the same place where the first dart was left last time, the same place as the second, but this time he gets a third crack.
No score. Bradley O'Carr 114.
And he's left scratching his head quite literally. And this would be a kick in the teeth, but the 114 isn't going to go.
58. Neil O'Carr 16.
Well, he's had target practice. And sometimes practice
Getting
makes
shot on the second leg.
perfect.
Neil Duff.
2-0. And Bradley Rose, well,
Third leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
you talk about not needing to be a body language expert. I think he kind of displayed everything that he felt there.
Yeah, he's massively frustrated.
60.
Now, you might be wondering what that swan is on the back of Bradley's shirt.
100.
Well, it's a swan.
It is a swan. He's from The Hague. Now, you're probably wondering why The Hague and swans and all the rest of it. Now, there is a old colloquial tale to do with this. The symbol of the swan in The
140.
Hague, as you can see there on the shirt, is a part of legend. And at the start of the 15th century, Jan Hus, whose name literally means goose in the Bohemian language, was a critic of the Roman Catholic Church and
140.
gained many followers. The church claimed him a heretic and was burnt at the stake in 1415. Just prior to that, though,
57.
he was asked to recant his teachings, and his response was, well, you are going to burn a goose, but in a century you'll have a swan, which you can neither roast nor boil. And as predicted,
57.
100 years later, the new reformer arrived, giving his name to a church that still exists today.
96.
So is there lots of swans there now, or?
Well, yes, there is. So there's many, many swans around
40.
the whole city.
Bradley
So you go
O'Carr
anywhere.
140.
Well, there is
Nearby.
lots of water in the Netherlands, of course. So
And a lot of church buildings will have, and a lot of public buildings in The Hague will have swans on the top of them.
I have seen that.
60. Neil O'Carr
So
164.
there you go. That is the story of the Hagen Swans.
All that university education, and you can use Google.
76.
Absolutely incredible.
Bradley O'Carr 88.
Mum is so proud.
Make sure you tell her that tale when you get home. 18. Ball.
63. Neil O'Carr 88.
Well, that was a thumbs up from Bradley. Is this going to get the seal of approval, the S88? And now it's Duff's turn to go for the ball.
63.
And he similarly
Bradley O'Carr,
finds the
25.
25. And this pair are just straggling through this match. Oh, he's missed the big number. And so that means now double two.
Getting shot on the
But he
third
does
leg.
recover.
Bradley Rose.
As far as he's concerned, that's just a leg win, nothing more than that. He shakes his
Forfeit
head
Neil
as he
to throw
goes back to
first.
the
Game
table. Two players that are going through the motions right now.
140. 60. $135. 100.
In matter of fact, just to finish the story off, in any Lutheran church in the Netherlands, you'll find a swan. But in The Hague, you'll find two swans.
125.
Well, Neil Duff is not quite swimming with the serenity of a swan, but he's looking to put a bit of a kick and a
134.
paddle
Neil O'Carr,
in
101.
beneath the surface. Treble 14 for tops.
81.
Drag just below.
$123, nearly
Well,
par 20.
amongst the madness, Duff can pull off a 13 darter here.
No score. Bradley your car,
And
84.
now the frustration is reaching boiling point. He'll feel as sick as a chip if this goes. Double 11.
$62, nearly car 20.
That's Duff. Just dodged one there.
Getting shot on the fourth
Pins the
flag.
double
Neil Duff.
5. Now leads 3-1. And a look to the heavens for Bradley. He won't help
Fifth
you,
leg
pal.
Bradley to throw first. Game on.
No, it's just seeing where there was a swan at the top of the church.
100.
I might as well go now.
140. $140.
You know,
40.
Duff with a real sporting number today in terms of the clobber wear. He had a little bit of the boss man on yesterday.
59.
There they are. Oh, yes. Lovely little bit of leather.
Nice pair of 1s and 2s.
97.
It's not quite Jerry Hendricks territory, but impressive nonetheless. Better than the trainers that most players today wear.
140.
Gotta have, it's comfortable, isn't it? On your feet for a lot of hours, and although some of the shoes
Bradley car 62.
look very nice, they're not the most comfortable thing to be in when you're on your feet for 6 or 7 hours, traipsing up and down the hockey. Last chance saloon for Bradley.
46. Neil car 44.
So 44 for the match for Neil Duff. This would put him on to 10 points and put him 4 behind Spellman. It's double 16 to win the game by 4 legs to 1, and it was attritional at times, but Duff got over the line, just showed that little bit of class, that little bit of quality to get the better of Bradley Roos by 4 legs to 1. Doing so with an average of 80.87 despite 14 missed darts at a double. Duff over the line, a 4-1 victor. Christopher Tunders and Jared Cole comes next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, a party in Pompey, where the darts is the main event, and Jared Cole and that man Christopher Tondas are about to do battle on the stage for the second time in Group A. The pair met in the middle match of yesterday, and that man, Jared Cole, got the job done 4-3, inflicting at that point what was a first defeat on Christopher Tondas. He hasn't won another match since. Will that change here? We will find out in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So, a little bit of a glimpse into the darting future here. Combined age of 44 on the hockey as Jared Cole takes on Christopher Tondas.
First like Christopher to throw first. Game on. 60.
Tondas who'll play at a real rat-a-tat pace. In terms of his campaign, it's been slow to start in terms of points
99.
gained. For them all told, he's the bottom of the pile going in to this particular match against Jared. In terms of what the
60.
bookies say, they have him as the 11-8 outside of the German, with Jared Cole 8-15 on to pick the points up.
140. 96.
Well, a couple of happy birthdays today. Maraz Razma and Anastasia Dobromoslova. Happy birthday to you both.
128. 57. Jared Yokar, 134.
134 for Jared Cole to take the opening leg against the darts, and it's been a really good leg against
94.
the throw to kickstart things. Leaves himself on tops after 12, but Tondas comes bearing back at him.
98. Jared Yokar, 40.
So tots are 1-0 and a breaker throw. Now double 10.
Getting shot
Is
on
a
the first
friend.
leg.
1-0
Jared Cole.
Cole. A 14 darter to start.
Second leg, Jared to throw first. Game on. 58.
Tondas, a
32.
Borussia Dortmund fan, and goodness me, what a stadium that is. The Signal Iduna Park, the Westernfeld Stadion.
Is that where they have the yellow wall?
Yes.
Yeah, a load of the
55.
ITV team went there a couple of years ago to go and watch a match and experience it. I remained in the hotel, but you could hear it as
125.
clear as day. The noise and atmosphere was remarkable.
Yeah, it's one that I want to really, personally, I really do want to tick off the bucket list, Borussia Dortmund.
99.
I know a friend that works on this particular competition that went to Bayern Munich earlier on in the year and said that the experience
58.
there was unlike anything you get in English football.
95.
Jared Cole's a Tottenham Hotspur supporter, so I suppose he wouldn't know what an atmosphere is.
They're flying at the minute, aren't they?
Drew 2-2 with Arsenal at the weekend.
140.
Yeah, I watched it. Good game.
Never disappoint North London derbies. Jared Cole isn't disappointing here.
134.
Averaging
Christopher Cole, 146.
97.45, but Tondas does have a finish like this in his locker, but can't take the 146 out
58.
now. And so
Jared
this is
Yokar,
a
60.
2-0 in around about 3.5 minutes.
And as you can see, that sits up. So, well, I've
Getting
made
shot
a
on the
beautiful
second leg.
adjustment.
Jared Cole.
Just less left of the 20 to leave tops. Well, this
Third leg,
was one
Christopher
on
throw
the
first. Game on.
Bet Builder, which I certainly didn't agree with. Bet Builder, of course, is
58.
an accumulation of all the most popular bets on the exchanges. And Christopher was picked out as
45.
the player to beat Jared Cole in this one, but I I certainly didn't fancy that myself.
99.
And at the moment, well, I'm halfway to being right. Jared, of course,
46.
has had to change his throw slightly due to having to wear glasses.
96.
Had a chat with him yesterday. He's going to look into maybe trying contacts. As you can see, he used to bring his dart back, and
43.
every now and again he just catches it on the bottom of the frame of the glasses.
Have you tried
60.
playing with glasses? What is the big difference?
You get a lot of reflection off the lights, and of course, if you have a throw where you bring the dart back, I personally would bring it down the sort of side of my face so I can.
41.
I mean, my glasses are for reading anyway, really, predominantly. And obviously, for those of you who have seen a behind-the-scenes look,
45.
here we've got 2 big monitors, 3 laptops. So one thing that does get a little exhausted is the eyes. So fortunately, don't need to wear them when I'm playing. But I have tried it just to see what it's like, and it's amazing how much the
99.
lens of the glasses
Christopher
picks up
Carwood,
lights
43.
everywhere.
The 143 is on. It's very much on with double 16.
111.
Treble 17 first is a slightly bizarre one.
100. Christopher Carr, 32.
Double
Game shot on the
16
third leg. Christopher
brings it back
Turner.
to 2-1, but it's only a hold for Tunders. Mind you, you think there's a lot of screens in
Fourth
here
leg Jared to throw first. Game on.
to show behind the scenes of the production gallery.
Yeah, that's Migraine City.
44.
Don't forget, if you want to join us Saturday night, tickets
100.
are available. If you have the ability to scan a QR code, scan that, and it will take you straight to the booking page. It's only £2 to book your ticket. The ticket's absolutely free.
177.
You can come and see a bit of that. If you don't have the ability to scan the code, www.dartshop.tv. And you can also get tickets for many exhibitions staged by
100.
MODUS or in association with MODUS up and down the country. One coming up in December in Portsmouth at the Guildhall.
93.
A night at the darts, the Untouchables, with Alan Sherrick, Leonard Gates, Keegan Brown, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Raymond van Barneveld, and the GOAT,
140.
Philip Douglas Taylor. And you can also
96,
book
Daddy
your
Car
ticket
40.
for Champions Week finals night. Could be fireworks. Not quite the 5th of November, it is the 4th.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jared Cole.
That's Jared's second 14 darter of the match to lead 3-1.
Fifth leg Christopher throw first. Game on.
Victory for Jared would put him on to 8 points
81.
and would put him at the front of the Group B chasing pack, which is probably realistically where he's looking and everybody else is looking as far as the next couple of days is concerned.
98.
Tough groups coming up though on Thursday and Friday. Group C contains
97.
Tom Sykes, John Worsley, and Josh Richardson. Easy for me to say.
58.
And then Group B will see Chris Quantock, Richie Howson, and
140.
John Brown in action.
$100.
So Tunda's 6 darts, so 183 to put it back to 3-2.
58.
So if Jared could have had a couple of troubles there, it would have changed the complexion of the leg somewhat.
55. Christopher Carl, 125.
125 for Tunders. Bull. 25. Bull!
Game shot on the 5th layer. Christopher Saunders.
Beautiful finish. Acknowledged by Jared
6th
Cole,
leg. Jared to throw first. Game on.
who wasn't on a finish himself, so took a bit of a gamble there. A gamble that paid off.
140.
One of the more aesthetically pleasing finishes.
Yeah, certainly another one for his highlights reel.
85.
Sure he's got social media, so I expect he will be putting that on there later.
180.
Jared might be putting that on the Instagram reel later. Probably
59.
some kind of drizzy track or something like that. That's what the modern generation tend to do.
Bit of grime.
Bit of Drake, yeah.
119.
That lovely leg from Jared. What a response.
And a bit like Drake, Jared Cole's just flicked a switch.
125. Jared Carl, 62.
And wants double 16 for a 4-2 win. And just sneaks in the
Game shot
corner.
on the match. Jared Cole.
And Cole conquers Tunders. Just confirmation that that double 16 went in. That was a really good performance, that from Jared Cole. 92.72 average for Anderson. And just explaining what happened with that double 16 at the end there. Yep, I threw it into the double and it found its way in. It hasn't always happened for him this week, but it happened on that occasion. Well, Christopher Tunders found a fantastic 125 in the piece. Bull 25 bull, but it came in vain in the end as Jared Cole sealed out a 4-2 victory. Next up, Richardson Spellman.
Welcome back to the Arrows action here at the MODUS Super Series, where we are about to see Alex Spellman try to continue this perfect start he's made to Group A. I say perfect start. He's halfway through it, 7 from 7 in his bid to make it a clean sweep for a second day on the spin and maybe even in the group overall. Standing in his way, ruthless James Richardson, who did give himself a little bit of a boost with a 4-1 win over Jared Cole in his last match. Can he keep it going, or will Spellman remain undefeated?
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, and James, of course, gave Alex Spellman his closest tie yesterday, taking 2 legs off of Spellman, the most anybody took off of him on the day yesterday. Has been run a little closer today, of course, in his opening match with Christopher Tonders, missing multiple
First leg,
match
James
starts.
to through
but
first.
since then,
Game
Alex
on.
Spellman has had a 4-0 win against Bradley. Completion of this one. All the players will have 2 to play today.
100.
As it stands, Spellman on 14 points. Neil Duff on 10. So we know Neil Duff will be
80.
cheering on in this one.
And Duff and Spellman playing the last game of the session, so it's crucial from the Duff man's perspective to keep things as tight as possible. You can get it to within 2 overnight.
85.
It's still game on, but you think anything more and Spellman would have just went away with proceedings.
And he's created a cushion for himself now, hasn't he?
60. $123.
As far as this first leg's concerned, it's been utterly dominated by Richardson. It's been a rare slow start for Spellman to a match.
45.
Shake of the head's a very rare sign from him. A man who's been so good at keeping his emotions in
96.
check. Watching his facial reactions must be like playing a game of poker against a brick wall. You're just not going to get any give.
136. James Yukar 97.
And Richardson here has 6 darts on 97 to take this opening leg on throw.
57.
And so tops upon his return, Spellman can only set up. But you know he's going to set up. You know he's going to leave it handy somewhat.
100. James Yukar 40. Game shot on the first
But
leg.
Richardson reliable on the doubles. 1-0 he leads.
Yeah, nice little
Second leg, Alex to through first. Game
16
on.
darter to get proceedings underway.
$85. $60.
Interesting. I know you mentioned a lot about Spider-Man pajamas and Fortnite mattresses.
123.
Well, on the subject of Fortnite, Alex does a lot of computer coding. And part of his computer coding was part of that to Fortnite.
Yes.
140.
Worked for a gaming producing company, didn't he?
So you can thank Alex Spellman for your
99.
big quotes. I don't see you as much of a
100.
gamer, mate, I'll be honest.
No, I've never have been, never have one.
140.
Well, the man who made the codes a fortnight will be hoping it's a week he doesn't forget.
139. Alex Car 54.
For a level game.
$34. James Car 62.
Well, this is a big opportunity for James. Just to try and keep Alex on the back foot. Double four. Very popular way of going nowadays.
58.
You get the single 18, you got
Alex
the four
Car
to the
20.
right. The tops.
Game
Punished.
shot on the second leg. Alex Spellman.
Well, both opening with 16 dart holds of throw.
Third leg, James to throw first. Game on. $96.
Richardson did have the opportunity to go 3-2 to the good against Spellman yesterday, but that was the leg where he had the miscalculation.
100. $134.
That was a leg where he thought he had 72 left instead of 76, and he never got a look in after that particular point. Spellman punished and Spellman won.
99. $41. $81. $45. $130.
So the 130 there leaves him on 91 after 12 and really threatening the Richardson throw.
140.
But that's a good
Alex Car
response.
91.
Attack the 91 by going for the treble 17 first, but by going single 3, he's got 88 left, so 48 leads tops, and that's
71.
just below.
James Car
Richardson,
45.
he's getting opportunities here. Needs to start taking advantage. Tops.
Game shot on the third
Pins it.
leg. James Richardson.
2-1. 3 holds of throw.
Fourth leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
It is the first time this week we're seeing any kind of real emotion from Alex Spellman. Once again, a shake of the head in the background.
$84. $180.
First max over the match.
$100.
That's a fourth. That's a fifth.
$180.
That's a sixth. Is Ruthless going to treat us to a moment of sheer perfection?
82. James Car 141.
Won't be for the first time.
He did it in Southampton, but he's not going to do it here.
57.
And so 84, importantly, for the break of throw and a 3-1 lead and to put Spellman in a world of trouble.
105.
We thought he'd have
James
to take a
Whitlock,
special
84.
performance to dismiss of him, and Richardson at the minute is averaging over a ton.
72. Alex Yukar, 130.
Can't finish now with that 5, so Richardson gets a second
50.
chance. 3 in
James
hand
O'Carr,
for a break of
12.
throw and a 3-1 lead. Likes this side of the board.
No
Ooh.
score. Alex Yukar, 80.
So then, for 2-2, and once again, Richardson with an opportunity to move on the hill against Spellman could come and go. But now, Spellman has a data double 10 to level things up. Found,
Game
clinically
shown on the fourth
punished.
leg. Alex Spellman.
Richardson can't quite believe it. It's happening again to him against Alex Spellman.
Oh, back-to-back
Fifth leg
ton
change to
80s
third
as well
first,
in the
game on.
leg. Four darts for 3-1.
81.
Alex Spellman. It's almost like he just won't be denied.
$85.
There is seemingly no denying, no defying this dogged American data.
55.
And this, the key stat. 2 from 9 on his doubles, James Richardson. Spellman 2 from
54.
5. He hasn't been at his best. His average is 87.5. It's below many of the performances that he's posed this week.
100.
But when the push has then come to the shove, he's managed to conjure up an answer.
$56.
Tell you what, it looks like Misery City on that stage, doesn't it? One's shaking his head, one's trying to G, the other one's trying to G himself up. And Paul Hinks has just stood solemnly there.
95. $136. James O'Carr, 170.
Both on the fish. Richardson first poke. Doesn't go.
100. Alex O'Carr,
We've nearly seen this
170.
taken a couple of times this week. Is Spellman going to treat us to the fish?
$134. James O'Carr, 70.
Leaves himself on double 18. Oh, Richardson's just straight the other side into the treble 15. So double 4 for 3-2.
62.
And for the second day running
O'Carr,
against
36.
Alex Spellman, he's missed an opportunity to go 3-2 up. And Spellman yesterday was left on double 18 to go 3-2 up against Richardson. He took the opportunity then, but can't
No
now.
score. James O'Carr, 8.
Yet again, we're seeing Richardson get opportunities. Should have won this one, 4-1.
6. Alex O'Carr, 36.
And he's given Spellman one more go. 2 from 13 on the doubles, Richardson now. But
18.
Spellman can't punish.
James O'Carr, 2.
Richardson's in the madhouse.
No score.
Dip below.
Alex, your car 18.
Back we go for double nine. Back it is to 3-2.
Game shot
It's
on
a
the
break
fifth
of
leg.
throw.
Alex Spellman.
Alex Spellman, just for the fans to say, yep, no, I did hit it. I did
Sixth
hit
leg
it.
Alex to throw first. Game on.
And then a cry of, come on, in his American twang. Maybe a cry of, come on, man.
100.
That's our American audience
41.
gone.
Well, there goes my Esther for the next time I want to head over to the States.
I think you'll get in.
100.
Beautiful country. Went to Washington about 5-6 years ago.
100.
Incredible city.
$100. $100.
Well, he's closing in now, Spellman.
92.
Treble 19 found there. And as you can see from the overhead angle, his dart's just going at a little bit of an angle.
60.
And so
Alex, your
it's
car
109 for the
109.
match. The treble is found. And he's going to get a dart at tops to seal a 4-2 victory
shot on the
and
match,
to
Alex
make
Spellman.
it a perfect 8 from 8. And he had to ride his coattails at times against James Richardson. He had opportunity after opportunity. In fact, he missed 14 darts at double. James Richardson. Spellman heads off the stage, happy with the points, but knows that there's more levels in terms of his performance. Despite averaging 85.47, 4 from 14 on the doubles, and finishing off with that 109 checkout coming up after the break. Christopher Tunders against Bradley Roos.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
To the MODUS Super Series, where we have got 6 fixtures left to play here on Tuesday. And if Alex Spellman manages to win his last 2, it will be another perfect day. That's after his 4-2 win against James Richardson. Also beat Bradley Roos 4-0 earlier. And the very first match of the day, he actually survived match darts from Christopher Tonders, who's in action next against Roos. We'll get on to that in a moment, but first let's have a glance at the league table to show you just how far ahead Spellman is. He stays with that 6-point buffer from Neil Duff, who he plays in the final match of the day, and that may determine what kind of race we get tomorrow. Jared Cole on 8 points, Roos on 6, and James Richardson and Christopher Tonders both on 4 points at the foot of the field. Right then, let's carry on with the action. It is Tonders against Roos in this Dutch darting derby, and to talk you through it, it's Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, very much a battle of the young guns. A tie we saw yesterday, which was a tight one. It went to Chris 4-3 in the end.
First leg, Chris,
Lots of
throw
missed
first.
doubles from Chris in this one.
Game on.
There is our referee, Paul Hinks. No,
57.
the bookies went 11-10 Chris, 4-6 Brad. What say you, Henry?
I think they're just about right. I think, okay, yeah, it was a bit of a struggle against Dub, but other than that, I think I'm
57.
seeing better signs today from Bradley, and I just think he'll... I'll tell you what, I'm going to stick my neck out. I'm going to come
100.
off my perched fence and say that Bradley wins 4-2.
Wow. What doubles are you going to hit to win it 4-2?
He's going to hit double 18
60.
on the back of a 1-5-6 combination.
$100.
But if this happens, this is one of the greatest bits of predicting in history.
80. $95. $134. Christopher
Recovery to lead the fish,
149.
but Tunder's first go at a finish on 149 isn't going to go, and so
117.
Roos
WK 170.
wanting the fish. But the man from the city of Swans cannot find the fish.
48. Christopher Carr 32.
Double 16 for Tunders.
Game shot on the
1-0
first leg.
to the
Christopher
German.
Saunders.
1-0 to Germany. Where does that sound familiar?
Second leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Of course, exciting
57.
time for Dutch darts. The PDC World Series is going to be returning to the Netherlands next year in Den Bosch for the Dutch Darts Masters at the
100.
end of January next year. PDC representatives, joined by 8
134.
Dutch stars. It's going to
60.
be the first post-World Championship televised tournament because the Masters has been pushed back to February.
180.
And Bradley wanted the world to know he hit a maximum there.
60. Bradley O'Carr 130.
He couldn't threat on the big fish in the last leg.
90.
He didn't have to attack the little fish. He leaves tops after 12.
58. Bradley O'Carr 40. Gain shot on the first leg. Bradley Roots.
So level we are 1-1,
Third
14
leg,
darts
Christian
there.
throw first. Game on.
Very tidy leg.
57.
Of course, we haven't spoken yet
100.
about the World Grand Prix draw, and there's definitely one tie that stands out. Michael van Gerwen against Josh Rock.
59.
Yes. Present against the future. And as we know, that Grand Prix, double in,
81.
double out, and only best of 3 sets in round 1. Definitely potential for an upset or two.
180.
Going Price against Danny Noppert's going to be a bit special.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting tie.
60.
Nathan Aspinall's got his hands cut out against Stephen Bunting because he's made the
58.
semi-finals of the Grand Prix a couple of times.
Christopher Carr
Sunday night.
147.
Tunder's looking to check out on the 147. Not going to happen this time. And so Bradley back for
59.
160 for a 2-1
Bradley
lead
O'Carr
and a
160.
break of throw. Not to be. And so Tunders is back for 88 to put himself towards the halfway point.
60. Christopher Carr 88.
The bull, he's been good on this today.
63.
Doesn't find
Bradley
it this
O'Carr
time.
100.
And so Roods for the literal ton topper. 10s.
80.
Not
Christopher
found.
Carr
And the
25.
sigh of frustration. He looks back at the hockey and he
Getting shot on
sees
the third
Christopher
leg.
Tunders
Christopher
nail the
Tunders.
double 8 to put himself into a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on. $81. 140.
Who knows how many years these two are going to be slugging it out against one another. Exciting
59.
generation to come in the sport. Likes of Luke Littler, Bo Greaves, Owen Bates, Cam Crabtree.
140.
And I really do like the odds and the chances of Cam and Owen both getting tour cards at Q School next year. And acquitting
100.
themselves when they get their Pro Tour call-ups in quite good stead as well.
48.
As the World Youth Final is concerned this year, Jan van Veen against Luke Littler is quite the prospect.
140.
That's quite the visit.
95. Bradley Car 121.
So 121 for a level match. Treble 17 would have given him a dart of the ball, and so Tunder's
57.
back for
Christopher
78
Carr,
to
78.
give himself a 3-1 lead and to defy the odds compilers. Tops
Game shot on the
found
fourth
for
leg.
3-1,
Christopher
and that's the
Saunders.
break accrued by Tunders, and Bradley moves back into the background. He's played some good
Fifth
stuff.
leg,
He's averaging
Christopher first.
87,
Game
but
on.
Tunder's timing has been exemplary.
60.
Yeah, Bradley with the superior average of 87, 82.43 for Chris.
123.
Scoring totals
100.
identical, 8 scores of a ton or more.
$60.
And now Tunders can really stretch away with this match.
125.
A 2 treble visit ekes him closer.
60.
And that felt like a white flag waving visit there from Bradley Roos.
85.
Or is there still something in there?
100.
Ton needs him on a
Christopher Carr,
finish, but
131.
it's 131 for the match.
91.
Tees it up
Bradley Carr,
on tops
158.
perfectly.
Can't find the 158, and so Tunders will get
96.
those starts at tops to
Christopher
seal
Carr,
the win. It
40.
would put him on to 6 points. It would plant Roos to second bottom in the table. It's double 5.
30. Bradley
It
Carr,
doesn't go.
62.
It's going to be one dart in hand. The dart's going to be at double 16.
Game shot on
And
the fifth leg.
found
Bradley
last
Roos.
dart in hand, and that's a break for Bradley. Back to 3-2, and back with a bit of a hope.
Sixth leg, Bradley to throw first.
He looked out of the
Game
leg.
on.
He looked out of the match. But he's conjured up a way to stay in it. Work for that man still to do.
$96.
Don't forget, send your questions in to us at MSS
96.
Darts. Do get in touch with us across our social media feeds. Any messages that you have, any questions that you have. Could be about anything darts. With both myself and
123.
Chris Mason in the commentary box today.
60. $42. $137.
Excellent finish, excellent visit. Piles the pressure on Bradley here.
He's at the point of no return.
120.
Dealt with that dropout very well. The dart clattering against dart 1.
44.
Ladder
Bradley Carr,
time.
120.
Now looks to go down to go up. Doesn't go, and this would be some way to finish
60.
it off for Tunders if he
Carr,
can
164.
notch this 164 for the match. It's not going to go, and so Bradley Roos has his opportunity
56.
to send us all
Bradley
the way
Carr, 60.
to a last leg decider. Should get 2 at tops here. We'll get 2 at tops. finds
Being shot on the
tops,
6th leg.
and we
Bradley
go all
Goose.
the way. A sign of respect, a sign of
7th
acknowledgement,
final leg, Christopher to throw
a
first.
sign of the
Game on.
bruising battle that they've both been through.
93.
Duff versus Richardson follows this match. Then Colby Spellman rounds off the 4th round of fixtures
60.
from 5. 3 more games to go. And then we do it all
96.
again tomorrow, Chris.
We do. And we'll find out who's going where and playing when on Thursday and Friday. We'll also
59.
know our first player into Saturday night's final. Looking likely, well, looking very likely, it's going to be Alex
45.
Spellman right now.
The good news for you is you get to escape me tomorrow because I'm heading upstairs.
Oh, you are, aren't you? You're going to do some presenting. I'm going to be
55.
joined by Laura Turner.
Yeah, we've got Laura here for a few days, and then
97.
Paul Nicholson will be with us by the time the weekend comes. Some ace analysis on the asset.
58. Christopher Carr, 170.
For the match. He's got 6 from here, and he's going to use the 6.
58. $133. Christopher Carr,
112 for the match for Christopher Tunders. It's double 16.
96.
To won it in
Bradley
style.
Carr,
And now Bradley
136.
gets his go at a ton topper to win the match. Having seen his opponent just spurn a match start. Can he find a match start? But he can't find the second treble.
96.
And
Christopher
so he
Carr,
has
16.
to watch on and hope that Tonders can't find this double 8,
Game shot of the
which
match,
is
Christopher
notched.
Tonders.
First time of asking. Disappointment on the face of Bradley Rose as Christopher Tonders wants out the 4-3 victor. And you can see the relief pour from his face. An 81-88 average, 4 out of 10 when it came to the finishing. And that moves him on to 6 points. It locks Bradley on 6 points. Coming up after the break, James Richardson can make it a hat-trick of players on that mark, or Neil Duff can really stretch his lead from 4 spots.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where there are 5 fixtures left to fulfill on Tuesday, and one of them is about to get underway now. Neil Duff, the Lakeside champion, WDF World Champion last year, gearing up for that title defence in December, and here taking on James Richardson, who still probably had his biggest moment at the Ali Pali with that epic win against Raymond van Barneveld. Both of them have done plenty at the MODUS Super Series since, and their latest battle is about to get underway. So I will hand you back to our commentary team of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you so much, Chris. So, Duff v Richardson, the middle match of round 4. As far as each other's days are concerned, Neil Duff losing out 4-3 to Jared Cole in the opener.
Game on.
Reverse of the scoreline against Christopher Tunders. A 4-1 win against Bradley Rose, followed in round number 3. As for James Richardson, once again against Alex Spellman, did he have his opportunities, but he couldn't take advantage of them. 14 missed doubles all told in that previous match for him. And that's the reason why he's locked to the bottom on 4 points.
Yeah, at some point, it's got to go right for James. He's even money, 8-11 for Neil Duff. Although a bounce out there, and well, what can go wrong for James has gone wrong.
100.
Max Richardson. That hasn't been an issue today. That's his 5th of the session.
140.
But Duff making the better of the start on throw, leaving 1-2-1 after 9, and he's had a bounce out in the treble 20 there, Richardson.
121.
$121 for Duff. Goes the 25 route, so the treble 20 there would have left him double 18 for the opening
105.
leg. We'll come back for double 8. Richardson can't exert much
82.
by way of
16.
reply. And it's 6 on 16. Can he nudge it off the first?
8.
Overcompensated and went inside.
$125.
And now there'll be pressure on this double 4.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
Duff leads 1-0. Just had that overall scoring power in that leg. That was despite the Richardson
Second leg,
max.
James to throw first. Game on.
It was kind of 2 big scores, but surrounded by a lot of dry stuff for Richardson.
30.
For whom it will be
60.
Vindaloo season in his slow cooker. I can confirm that it is in the vicinity of the area.
96.
RE's hotel room. I've been told of a story between him and Graham Usher where they room shared
45.
once, and Graham had a taste of a ruthless Vindaloo and I think instantly regretted it.
I can't imagine the hotel room smelling particularly pleasant with a Vindaloo in the slow
81.
cooker. Well, for those that don't like curry, I love curry, but
To be fair, in some parts of this town, it's probably better than some of the other smells.
55.
just forcing
140.
that last start out of total frustration. Just tried to crash it in.
$81. James McCall, 154. $134. 100. James Car 20.
Double 10.
Getting shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
1-1.
Third leg Neil to throw first. Game on. $45.
Second max.
121.
Delete that.
$55.
Well, we're seeing a complete shift here. I think Richardson's just
100.
quickened up slightly. Neil's not
140.
particularly slow, but sort of medium paced, and what you can find is players that are a little bit more rapid will overcompensate and just go a tad quicker.
140. $81. James Car 140.
So 6 starts for the break. Not to be this time. Can he nudge one in the
60.
treble? No is the answer. This would be some setup. It is some setup.
140. James Car
Be careful
80.
there. Anywhere near those flights, and that would have followed in, and he's gone for tops again, and that's the
60.
that's the
Neil
danger.
Car 40.
Basically put a wall up if you don't hit the tops.
Duff's just beginning to miss
Getting
tops.
shot on the third leg.
But he's
Neil
been
Duff.
able to bail himself out on double 10 to lead 2-1.
Again,
Fourth leg James to throw
opportunities
first.
missed.
Game on.
And ultimately costly for Richardson, who's averaging 10 more than Duff
41.
right now. 92 playing 82, but it's Duff in front.
$44.
There's just been points today where his timing's just been that little bit more on point.
Don't try being
60.
too smart, Henry. You'll upset the Spider-Man pajama wearing experts.
44. $60. $45.
Had a few too many of them today for his liking.
$66.
Just don't egg them people on, Mace, will you?
$96.
Well, this leg very much up in the offing. It's been a mixture of mediocrity.
140.
As Richardson piles in a 2 treble visit, just to prove my point wrong, of course.
Well, it's been a very much all or nothing performance from both.
45. James Car 134.
This is for 2-2. Got 6 from here. And
54.
concerningly, as far as Duff is concerned, oh, just a double check
94.
of the score, just to make sure it's all correct. 94 was the score, and it leaves him on tops. But alarmingly for Duff, is the level of performance is just waned and curtailed quite dramatically.
100. James Car 40. Game shot on the
Tops
fourth
is found
leg.
for
James
Richardson for
Richardson.
2 apiece. Duff with the darts and needs to conjure up a better leg here.
Fig leg Neil to throw first. Game on.
Eye contact between the players. James just trying to motivate himself.
60.
Does very much play on his adrenaline, does James.
54.
Likes to play with a certain level of aggression, which can be your friend, but also
40.
a foe.
$60.
Whereas Neil's one of those where he could play with that aggression, but he tries to contain it as much as possible, only let out that bit of anger when it's necessary.
71.
You hear the occasional cry of, "Oh, Neil," if things don't go well.
58.
Yeah, a lot of players do that. Robert Thornton is one that springs to mind.
60.
Rob Cross, another one.
59.
Once again, another tentative leg.
$30.
Richardson just looking up at the monitor, which has a full dartboard on it with the darts on screen, and he was nodding his head approvingly as those darts from Duff moved on to the single
85.
five. Duff himself having a look. You're on the telly, lads!
$60.
Don't think this will be consigned to MSS Gold. But a
60.
crucial leg nonetheless.
$140.
But that is an
James
excellent
Nicol,
score
125.
to maybe just wrestle the ascendancy in his favour.
Oh, we've seen this today. A slightly different way.
65. Neil Ducar, 40. Getting shot on the fifth leg.
Tops
Neil
is
Duff.
found for 3-2, and he's rekindled that love for the top of the board.
Six leg James to throw first. Game on.
But I don't know about you, but Duff just held in 22.
100. $100.
Colby Spellman follows the culmination of this match.
140.
Jared, who has perhaps been the biggest improver from day one to day two, up against Spellman, who is still to be defeated yet this week. But Duff here is making a march towards the
140.
finishing line. That was exactly what he did against Christopher Tunders, where he got himself embroiled in a scrap, but
140.
as it got to the dying embers, he managed to conjure up just that little bit of quality to get over the line for free. And he is doing something quite similar here.
140.
The only issue
James
he's
Nicol,
got
121.
is Richardson has matched him dart for dart to send us all the way. Richardson wants the bull.
76.
Now
Neil
Duff
Ducar,
wants that same
121.
checkout to win the match. And now it may well be a dart at the bull himself. It is a dart at the bull himself. And he can't find
83.
it either.
James Nicol, 45.
Tops.
Getting
The
shot on
send
the
us
sixth
all the
leg.
way.
James Richardson.
Oh, same corner from his previous attempt at tops.
Seventh final leg Neil to throw first. Game on. 100. $96.
This is our 5th last leg decider in 11 matches. The record is 9.
95. $140. $136. $85. Neil the car,
Yeah.
170.
So that's given Neil Duff 2 turns at the 170 to get it done full 3.
98.
And he's used that first turn quite handily to leave him on 72. To put
60.
himself
Neil the car, 72.
onto 12 points. The 2 singles
36.
leaves the double for
James
the match.
the car, 120.
And it grazes the wire. Richardson 120 for the match. Can he just nudge one above?
100. Neil the car, 36.
We asked the question of Neil Duff. Does Neil have the
Getting
answer?
shot in the match, Neil Duff.
There is your answer, and he gets it done full 3 in the end, an average of 80.90, 87.08 for Richardson. Only 180 in the match coming from James Richardson. He was handy enough on the doubles when he got a go. The problem was he didn't get enough chances this time around. So it is Neil Duff who closes the gap to 4 points on Alex Spellman. And Alex Spellman will be looking to stretch that in the next match when he faces Jared Cole.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jared Cole and Alex Spellman are about to go head-to-head in this next match. Spellman has yet to be beaten in this group. Went through the card yesterday and is looking to do similar today. He's got 2 games left to play. This first one against Cole, and then his nearest rival, Neil Duff, will play him in the final match of the session, and that could well determine whether Spellman's on easy street going into tomorrow. So let me hand you back to Chris Mason and Henry Deacon to talk you through it.
Thank you, Chris. Well, yeah, he'd be looking to go 10 out of 10. I don't think he would give himself 10 out of 10 today in terms of
First leg, Jared to throw first.
level of performance, Henry, but
Game on.
he's just getting the job done, isn't he?
He may not be up to his levels, but he's been levels above. In terms
100.
of how the odds compilers lay this one, Alex Spellman out 8 to 15 favourite. Not often do you see Jared Cole 11 to 8 to win a match at the Super Series.
45.
I'll tell you what does look interesting in the next one. Christopher Tunders at 7 to 4 against James Richardson. Richardson's played well, but he just cannot find a victory at the minute.
81. $96.
But would it be fair to say that Cole's been the biggest improver today?
Yeah, I think that's a more than fair assessment.
100.
And I'm sure he would echo those same thoughts. Opportunity to move on to 8 points in this one.
140.
His main mission now, of course, will be to hold on to his current position in 3rd place
42.
to ensure a spot in Group B. If you haven't joined us for the first time, Group B, Thursday and Friday night, has a 5-player field with the top 3 going through. So a
60.
much greater chance of qualification for Saturday night than the Group C, which is Thursday and Friday afternoon, which is a 6-player field, and only the top 2 will qualify.
58. Alex Akar, 160.
Cole had an opportunity to have a real indent on Spellman in this first leg. He's left himself on 120. Spellman first go on 160 against the throw.
$60. Jared Akar, 120.
Ladder time. What can he see of that? Because his darts stand up, there's very little to look at. But he finds the treble. He finds the tops. And that's a good recovery from the first dart.
Yeah, remarkable second dart. The
Second
window
leg,
of
Alex to throw
opportunity
first. Game on.
was a very, very small one.
I think he caught himself with his point.
96. $84. $135. $100. $95.
Well, a defeat for Spellman might mean misery. Because Duff comes up in his last game, but Cole would love to get a result about now. Put him on to 10 points. It'd open up a 4-point gap temporarily.
96.
To that in 4th. And we'll put Group B in his own hands because he has Bradley Rose in his last game of the day.
Yeah, I think Richardson will get the better of
85.
Tunders
Alex Akar, 79.
in our next match. The compilers tend to agree. They've gone 2 to 5 and the 7 to 4 you mentioned on Chris.
39. Jarajuka,
Break
95.
opportunity on here on 95.
Took out 120, of course. Well, that's going to be awkward if he doesn't find the treble, and he's chased the treble there rather than play safe.
49.
I don't think he would have hit the
Jarajuka,
ball anyway.
40.
Is an academic. Spellman was double 5, and there's a shake of the head there. There's a first real sigh of emotion.
30.
The first real
Jarajuka,
blemish
46.
emotionally. And could this lead to a first real blemish results-wide? Because Cole has double 16 for a 2-0 lead. And the break of throw
Getting
has
shot
been
on the second
accrued.
leg. Jericho.
And Spellman's in a bit of trouble here.
Well, last time out, Spellman had some double trouble. He was
Third leg,
just
Jarajuka
4 from
first, game
14. That spilled over into this one. 2-0 down.
And just
Back-to-back 18 darters have
140.
been enough.
And just look at the body language of Spellman. It just looks like it's just becoming a little bit of a chore at the minute. He looks leggy, tired.
97.
Well, the problem is when you're not really given an examination, you can fall in to the trap of
137.
almost just doing enough rather than raising your game.
Who are we to criticise this man?
180.
Brought the leg level.
98.
That's okay. Still leaves him on 126, which means there's only the one treble required in the combination to leave ball.
140. Jarajuka, 126.
126. Treble 19. Would have left the ball, but that's another stray the other side of the treble wire.
43.
That's 2 of them.
Jarajuka, 84.
Opens up the door for the break back. 2 in hand at double 12. This would be from the 11 darter potentially.
Game shot on the third leg.
Just when
Alex
we thought that
Spellman.
perhaps the warning lights were beginning to be signalled for Alex Spellman, he puts in an enigmatic leg. Back
Fourth
to
leg, Alex to
2-1.
throw first. Game on.
Where on earth did that come from?
$134.
He's put his average up to around 97.5 now, Spellman.
96.
Jared will need to up his game to keep pace. Because this guy's got gears. And after a slow start, is beginning to go through them.
140.
A motor up, a motor on past the ton average mark.
99. $100.
He's flipped this game on its head.
Just found another gear.
59. Jarajuka, 127. $55.
So Spellman leads himself 72 to level this game up. He's turned the screw in this match. Cole had raced
55.
into a 2-0 lead,
Alex
but he's going to be
72.
pegged back here. Tops to confirm it.
52.
Dragged below, and Cole hasn't left himself on a finish, and so Spellman's going to get 3 more at double 10.
But
it's gonna be under pressure this time.
20.
1 from 5 on the finishing, Alex Spellman.
$15.
And that's presented
Jarajuka,
Cole with another
52.
break opportunity. And if he can find this 52, we'll throw for the match. It's double 16. big dart incoming.
36.
Big dart missed.
Alex O'Carr, 5.
Massive, massive opportunity. Well, not a convincing single one.
Getting shot on the 4th
Not
leg. Alex
particularly
Spellman.
convincing double too, but he levels things up. Yep, you'll need that one, pal.
5th leg, Jared
Right
to throw
smile.
first. Game on.
From Jared Cole, he knows that this 2 points was in his hands.
140.
To be honest, I was thinking, look, I'm more than happy to play with 2 darts, pal.
$87.
Actually had a message
57.
from Adam Mould, who plays in this competition, former weekly winner. He, in response to the Tottenham Hotspur comment earlier, has taken umbrage.
140.
He said, "Oi, it's a great atmosphere at Spurs." And apparently my American accent attempts didn't go
84.
down too well on Twitter either.
Have you been to the new Tottenham ground yet?
I have. It's an amazing stadium. It really is an amazing stadium.
Yeah, it's an incredible place.
The view, I was right up at the back. And
136.
even from up in the gods, you've got a really good view of the pitch. 138 for Spellman to break the throw into lead 3-2.
34. Alex O'Carr, 138.
Ton left, so back up to treble 20.
58. $98. Alex O'Carr, 80.
So to turn this game on its head, he was 2-0 down. He went tops. Now, can he just nudge one over the top of one of them? No, just
60.
below. This is a huge
Jared O'Carr,
opportunity and a
88.
huge opening now for Jared Cole. But again, a miss of the big number, and that's been costing him so dearly this
36.
week.
Alex O'Carr, 20.
And so double 10 for 3-2. Double 5. This has been a below par doubles performance from Spellman so far. And the frustration is really eking in. You can tell from the body language.
10. Jared O'Carr, 52.
And another chance.
Getting shot on the
This
5th leg.
time.
Jared Cole.
He takes that chance. And we see Alex
6th leg, Alex to
Spellman
throw first. Game on.
taken to at least a 6th leg. Something we didn't see too frequently yesterday.
180.
He's thinking, why now? Oh, hello.
180.
This is a bit exciting. Well, Spellman isn't going to land a 9.
58.
Well, yesterday when he hit a 180 of his first visit, he went 3 treble 19s to leave bull. I said on that occasion, if he does it, I'll retire from commentary.
133.
There was a few with their fingers crossed, Henry.
59.
He's done here, giving himself a great opportunity to get it done 4-2.
134.
Oh, this is a beautiful leg. 180, 133, 134, 54 after 9. Possible 11 darter. Something we've only seen from Spellman.
96. Jared O'Carr,
Maybe
54.
the king of the castle has Spellman's magic spell. Is it Expelliarmus?
Getting shot on
Yes,
the
it
Jared
is.
Cole.
An 11 darter to see the job off by 4 legs to 2, and Jared Cole becomes the first player to beat Alex Spellman this week. An 89.91 average was enough to get it done in the end, a 120 high out, and 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing. Perhaps uncharacteristically as far as Alex Spellman was concerned, 2 out of 13 when it came to the doubling. That was quite troubling for him, and it means there's still work for him to do. Cole's opened up a 4-point buffer now on the rest of the pack when it comes to the third, fourth place split. Richardson Tunders kicks off the final round of fixtures for the day after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just 3 fixtures left to play today. And here is what's coming up. James Richardson against Christopher Tonders. Bradley Rose against Jared Cole, who has just inflicted the first defeat of not just the day, but of the entire group on Alex Spellman. That 4-2 victory you can see there at the bottom, meaning that Spellman-Duff battle at the end of the day takes on some extra significance, because if we look at the Group A table, you'll see that Alex Spellman now only has a 4-point lead after that dominant start to this group. And if Duff can defeat him in that final match, that will be cut to 2 going into the final day of action. Cole himself will think that he can get in the mix as well if he can beat Bradley Roos. But before that, we're going to see the battle between James Richardson and Christopher Tonders, their final outing of the day, and it will be described by Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Chris. Well, my colleague Henry thinks Christopher might win this one. I'm going for the favourite, James Richardson. I think at some point today it's got to go right for him.
Well, it's happening again to him, isn't it, in terms of
First like James
just one win yesterday and 1 win today.
Game on.
But you look at the numbers and compare it to the rest of the field. 83, 88, 84, 87 are the averages. We saw
42.
A number of players yesterday win with averages in the mid-70s.
100.
This was one of those fixtures again where Richardson played okay, average 86. The issue was he missed 10 darts at double against Christopher and lost 4-3 in a decider.
77. $41.
And you sense that this last round of fixtures for both Christopher
100.
and Bradley a must-win.
Yeah, for sure. If neither
180.
find a win, they're potentially going to be 6 points adrift. And I don't think that's a gap
77.
that can be closed tomorrow. But right now, for me, Christopher, Bradley and James
85.
are nailed on for Thursday and Friday's Group C. I still think Spellman wins the group.
60.
I think Duff and Cole will
Christopher
be going into Group
95.
B, which, if you're not going to win Group A, that's the best
55.
alternative.
James McCall 145.
Well, Tunders has left tops for breaker throw in the opening leg. Then there is, as you say, conceivability that
75.
it could all be done
Christopher Carr 40.
today. Tunders hopes it's not the case as he
Getting shot
finds
on the
double
first
10
leg,
for the
Christopher
break.
Saunders.
Yeah, I mean, mathematically, obviously,
Second leg,
things can
Christopher
happen,
throw
but
first. Game on.
looking at all the numbers, I think it's unlikely.
And that's why we call it moving day.
57.
Well, the one I expected to make a move was Richardson, just on the back of his level of play yesterday, but like yesterday,
140.
nothing's really gone for him.
140. $140.
Much better leg for Richardson against the throw. 2-140 to start, but he's being put under the pump by Tunders, who's left himself on 170 after 9. But can Richardson leave it much handier? Misfire with the second dart, but recovers well with the third. To leave himself on 98, and he may well have to take this. Slip to the other side. Treble 17. For double 16.
66. Christopher Carr 74.
All about the 14s on 74, but that's a slip into the treble 11, which leads in double 16.
Game
Finds
shot on
double
the second
16.
leg.
Good
Christopher
recovery for the
Saunders.
first start.
Clinical on the finishing.
So
2
like
from
James
3,
will go first. Game
averaging
on.
94, 17 darter, followed by a 15.
140.
Which amounts to a 93-94 average.
43. 140. 100.
Richardson's kicked off his last 2 legs with back-to-back 140s.
45.
But that slip means he doesn't even finish this time. Not that it's going to matter with Tunders
58.
way back.
$41.
For the last 6 starts has just undone a little bit of the good work at the beginning of the leg.
97. James McCall
However,
135.
still has luxury in terms of time. Finds the bullseye.
103.
And leaves himself on double 16 upon his return.
83. James McCall 32.
So to bring it back to 2-1, can he nudge that off the barrel? Has to move across and
Getting shot on the
sneaks it
third
into
leg.
that
James
bottom
Richardson.
left-hand corner. Knit one, pearl one, as his walk-on song would say.
Fourth leg, Christopher throw first. Game on.
And an important leg, just halts the
41.
momentum of Tonders. And only starts with 41. An only opportunity for Richardson to
100.
punish that visit.
100. 83. 140. 100. 59.
So Tunder's leaving himself on a finish on 161 to move into a 3-1 lead. Well, those 7-4 shouts looked quite interesting before the beginning of the game. However, Richardson's found himself a max, leaving himself on double 19. And down to go up there, Tunders. And leaves himself on top. However, Richardson, double 19, pin with a plum and back to 2-2.
Fifth leg, James to throw first. Game on. $45. 42. 83.
So you can join us here on a Saturday night by scanning this QR code. It takes you to a website
99.
called dartshop.tv. Join us every single Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And I suppose as it's fresh as
81.
season, anyone may be locating down to Portsmouth, possibly. Looking for something to do at the weekends, maybe between studies. It could be a possible
60.
option for you. Or if you just fancy a Saturday night worth of darts on the South Coast. Every Saturday available until around about the end of November
60.
on that website, including Champions Week Finals night, which is on November the 4th. Mark the date in your diary. Got some other
105.
interesting weeks as well coming up. It's a unique experience here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A very intimate venue. You'll be up close and personal with the stars of the show, the
140.
players. And there it is, the magnificent arena based in an old church here on the outskirts of
95.
Portsmouth, the
James McCann,
historical
92.
naval city in Hampshire, England. Double 16 for Richardson to
James
lead
on the fifth
3-2.
leg, James Richardson.
He's hoping to be here on Saturday. He's got unfinished business
Sixth leg,
of a
Christopher
Saturday.
throw first. Game on.
Made it to the final of week 6 in Series 2, where he was beaten by Graham Usher. No disgrace in that
57.
whatsoever. And if you
96.
are lucky enough, you might get a selfie with Chris Mason on Saturday.
60.
That's the beauty of the Live Lounge. Players and members of staff will be in and around the building.
81.
Lots of opportunity for dart fans to mix with the players as well, of
87.
course.
Can actually meet those behind the scenes that make it happen.
140. 140.
Well, Tunder's first to a finish, but Richardson can leave this way more handy here.
100. Christopher Carr, 157.
Well, he missed this on tops yesterday. He's not going to get a go at it today.
59.
And so Richardson for the match
84.
requiring 84. The bullseye to
59.
win it. It
Christopher
doesn't
Carr,
go.
98.
This to save it. It's double nine.
Game shown as
Clutch
six
for
flag.
Christopher to
Tonders.
send us to a decider. Great recovery from Tunders.
So in the final
Not
leg,
for the
James
first time in this
first.
match.
Game on.
Well, Richardson trying to find the lipstick, and it looks like
57.
he's got a bit of chalk on his lip. That's the lipstick. That's a perfect start against the throw.
Never a bad time for one. Well, that was perfect timing.
140.
Oh, that's a super response, but Chris still has effectively stolen
96.
the darts in this decider.
$58. $90.
So Tunder's leaving himself 135 for the match. Against the throw.
100. Christopher
And you'd
Carr,
say that
135.
he's got the better of the running in this deciding leg. Treble 20 leaves the ball, but what of it can he see? What can he find? And that would have been the best find of them all.
110. James Carr, 146. $100. Christopher Carr,
Oh, he's left
25.
46, just in case. Double 8, double 4, gets
Game
it,
shot on the marks, Christopher
and
Tonders.
gets the win. And you can see the relief from Christopher Tonders as he picks up the valuable 2 points, and he closes the gap to himself and Jared Cole to just 2 points now. Averages, again, no surprise. It's been a theme of the last 2 days that Richardson has the higher average, 93.48, 88.55 for Christopher, but it is Christopher who takes the spoils. Coming up, Bradley Roos against Jared Cole.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back. Well, it's been a very good day so far for that man, Jared Cole. He is on course to win 4 of his 5 matches. Bradley Roos stands in his way of doing that. The young Dutchman trying to get an all-important victory for himself to climb up the table and join Christopher Toonders on 8 points. That's after Toonders won his last couple of matches, ending a 6-match losing streak. Right, Jared looking to join Neil Duff on 12 points in second in the table and close that gap on Alex Spellman, who faces Duff in a really climatic curtain closer. Handing you back to the comms box, Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, big game for both players.
Looks like Bradley to throw first.
But it is a real chance
Game
for
on.
Jared Cole to turn his misfortunes of yesterday into good fortunes for today.
$59.
However, you'd have to say that credit where credit's due, because amongst some of the poor play that was in there yesterday from Jared, he mustered 4 points.
134.
And those 4 points are becoming even more important today because he's put in a better day today. And those 2 wins are going to handily help him out in the league standings if he can get a win against Bradley, who gives us a bit of a helicopter.
Bit of a Brendan Dolan. Oh, and many thanks to Callum, who marked my card and let me know it's Terry Jenkins' birthday today. Happy birthday, Terry. Treble 20, I do believe, today. Many happy returns, pal.
56.
Haven't seen Terry here for a little while, actually.
Oh, he's got to be a due a go here.
140.
Played some good darts this year, Terry, as you'd know too well.
Thanks for that, pal. Still not forgiving him.
96. Jared Yakar, 146.
146 for Jared Cole to break the throw. Not going. And so Bradley back for 110.
96. Bradley Yakar, 110.
Well, it can't be done, and so Jared's got the break opportunity now.
78. Jared Yakar, 50.
This for 1-0. This is double 16. Double-double. Well, that really would have been a role-reversal of his fortune from yesterday.
Bradley Yakar, 32.
He couldn't find a double yesterday. He nearly found 2 of them in the same visit. Can he just nudge that alongside? Or is that not helpful?
Looks like it's blocked out.
No score. Jared Yakar, 16.
Had to move there for me.
Only just accidentally dropping something as he retrieved the darts. But Jared just had to step back, and now he's got to do the readjusting. Oh my goodness, if he finds this, this is dart of the week. What can he see?
No score. Bradley Yakar, 32.
Never look convinced.
24. Jared
Either of
Yakar,
those
16.
And so back to double 8.
Getting shot on the first
Seals
leg.
Bradley's
Jared
fate in his opening leg, and Cole gets the break. 1-0.
Second leg, Jared to throw first. Game on.
A little bit of a head drop there by Bradley, and the opponent will know about that. It has been something, as we've been
85.
mentioning earlier on today, he is trying to work on. And he's one of those players, and this is one of the good things about this competition is hopefully we'll see players like Bradley
100.
a number of times, and we can examine where he was as a beginning base and then see him as he continues to flourish in his
100.
career. And these little things that we mention now, we mention it constructively in the commentary box. If it's little bits of advice he can take on board, and it helps him grow as a player.
40.
Because ultimately, we want to see, well, these two, for example, in a few years'
59.
time flourish in the PDC and say, well, we saw them here first, and we now got the opportunity to watch them flourish in the professional side of the sport.
For sure.
96.
This is a proving ground. What a place to learn your trade.
60.
If anything, we want the headache of thinking, well, this player's gone and won a tour card, this player's won a tour card. They're nice headaches to have.
58.
It's a little bit like a lower league football manager when 5 players go to Premier League clubs in the summer.
Yeah, but sometimes those cards come a little
100.
early. Connor Scott, who was absolutely outstanding here, I think him getting his card may have been, although he's had valuable experience on the tour, may have
95.
come a little bit early
Jolly Car
because
97.
what you have to contend with is multiple early
73.
defeats.
Jolly
They're
Car
going to happen at that
112.
level. It's how you deal with them. I think another year of just experience may have been a huge benefit. Double 18.
76. Jolly Car 24.
And so this is a 2-0.
Getting shot on the second
Foul,
leg.
first time
Jericho.
of asking. 2-0 to Jared Cole. Also
Third leg,
importantly, if
Bradley
he
to
can win
third
this quite
first. Game
comprehensively,
on.
he'll have a big gap in the legs difference from the rest of that pack. He'd be 4 points clear of Tunders, but he'd have 3 better on the legs difference, 7 better on the legs difference as things stand to Bradley,
60.
and 4 better as things stand on the legs difference to James Richardson. You look at Neil Duff's legs difference, and providing
43.
he doesn't get trounced by Spellman in that last game, that's effectively a couple of bonus points for him. Of course, he could beat Spellman, and that's probably him sorted as far as the
100.
worst case being Group B, and still put him in the Group A mix.
Absolutely. Makes tomorrow super exciting if Neil can get a win over
180.
Spellman. And there was signs with Alex in the game prior to his
93.
defeat to Jared. He missed a lot of doubles, but got away with it against James, but didn't get away with it against
46.
Jared.
It'd be interesting to
140.
interview Jared and see what the big difference has been from day 1 to 2.
90. Bradley Car 108.
108 for Bradley. Misses the big number. The Rod Harrington crime. Don't miss the big number.
84. Jolly Car
Squares it up nicely
142.
enough though for double 12. Jared Cole 142 doesn't go. And so Bradley
34.
comes
Bradley Car
back for
24.
12s for 2-1. Now double 6. Oh, that's
12.
a whisker of a wire
Jolly Car
away.
108.
That's now 10 missed darts at double for Bradley. And the treble 19 is found for double
76.
16, and that would have been
Bradley
ultimate
Car
punishment.
12.
Victory in that final match would be quite sweet for Jared to put himself in a sweet spot.
100. $58.
May well be bittersweet if he doesn't get the win.
$162.
And the result can change. Maybe in the lead no more after this. And it would be a bittersweet symphony.
139. Bradley Car 146.
Verve, wasn't it? Oh, talking of Verve, there's plenty of nerves. in this
41.
one.
Well, the
Jared
darts
Car,
don't work,
68.
and that single free made it worse, and Jared might punish again. Oh, my goodness.
28. Bradley
Semi
Car,
single-a-thon
105.
now. 105. Be heading along to the 16s corridor here, because the single leaves himself double
Game shown
16,
the fourth
finds
leg.
it
Bradley Roos.
to pinch the leg out the pocket of Jared Cole, back to 2-2.
It wasn't top bins.
This leg Bradley to throw
Certainly was
first.
bottom
Game
bins,
on.
wasn't it? Jared would have seen that, find the bottom corner and thought,
134.
That was Walker sliding one in towards the box, and Harlan notching home bottom right-hand corner from around about 12 yards out.
119.
Not my first rodeo.
$137.
Just don't ask me about the rugby.
I know Wales did all right the other night.
134.
Gave Australia an absolute pumping.
Am I saying that the Australian coach wants to now go and coach Japan?
140.
Well, Bradley here looking to open up a 3-2 lead.
100. Bradley Car,
in the pub
90.
for the Wales game. It's been a bit of a slow burner, capturing the sports
54.
fans' imagination so
Bradley
far.
Car, 148.
148 for the break for Jared Cole. Remember, led this game 2-0.
36.
And now Bradley,
Bradley
to
Car,
turn this match
36.
on its head, is looking for double 18. Can he nudge it in? Double 9.
Game shot on the
Last
fifth
die in
leg. Bradley
hand.
Roos.
3-2.
Six
He's had
leg Jared
20
to
missed
throw
starts
first.
at
Game
double
on.
in this match.
$119. $40. $58.
Right, we've had a tweet from Owen Binks.
Oh no.
Possibly one of the worst communications I've ever seen in my life. So, you know, he's a penchant for the shiny shoes. He's tweeted
59.
us saying that he's going to ditch the shiny shoes for a pair of Colchester United trainers. And that we'll be able to tune in next Monday to see them live.
121.
I can assure you we will not.
Absolutely not.
98.
Although looking at the soles on them, he'll at least get to around 5'5". Maybe if he sprays them black, he'll be okay.
59. Jared Car, 167.
6 darts from here for Jared Cole to send us all the way.
102. $140. Jared Car, 65.
So this to take us to a last leg decider. Can't find the 25. That's a single 2. And so 13. The treble leaves double 12, but he strays the other side. And
59.
so Bradley
Bradley
Rose has an
Car,
opportunity
60.
to win the match.
20 and tops.
Getting shot in the
He
match.
finds the
Bravo.
tops and he ends the day picking up the points against Jared Cole. Led 2-0. Bradley reeled off 4 on the spin. He ends his day on a high, 84.63 for Bradley, 82.82 for Jared. But the big game coming up next, our final match of the session, Alex Spellman against Neil Duff.
So to the final game of Tuesday's action here at the MODUS Super Series, and it's a titanic tungsten tussle between Alex Spellman and Neil Duff. The top two in the table going head-to-head. And as you can see, if Duff wins this game, then it will be all to play for tomorrow. He'll go 2 points behind the league leader Spellman, who was beaten for the first time in his previous match when he lost out to Jared Cole in third place. But if Spellman does win this one, then of course he will restore that 6-point advantage, and it will be looking like a huge hill for Duff and the chasing pack to climb. So to guide you through this all-important encounter, it's back to our commentary team of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. So here we go. One last dance on Tuesday afternoon. Duff against Spellman. The top two going toe-to-toe. Perhaps appropriate these two finish off the rodeo. One last tango for myself and Chris Mason in the commentary box this week.
Yep, you're presenting and then you got a bit of time off, pal, haven't you?
Yeah, don't make people too happy I'm not here next week. Neil
First
Duff
like
there,
Alex
up
to
close
throw
and
first.
personal.
Game on.
One of the good things we get here at the Super Series, you get to see the players up close. Sometimes revealing too much.
55.
As far as the odds compilers are concerned for this one, Spellman goes off 4-9 favourite, Duff 13-8. But Alex comes off the back of his first
177.
defeat of the group to Jared Cole. But even then, average 88.66. Was those 11 missed darts a double that came to cost him in the end.
137. $95. 136.
Both players trading big scores. He does have the feel of a...
177.
Oh, that's his second 177 in the leg. How's the feeling of a big game, this one?
Well, all the forms of conversation are talking about it.
43. Neil the car,
Do
52.
they still exist?
Tops for Duff. This would be for an 11 dart
Game
leg
shot on
to
the first
start.
leg, near though.
Superb start, breaker throw. And just like Spellman opening up the day with an 11, Duff opens up with an 11 in the
Second
last
near
leg
the
of
first.
in the last
Game
game
on.
of this day. You know what I meant.
139.
He produced a brilliant performance yesterday in his final game of the session. Neil Duff averaged 103.66 in a 4-0 demolition job of Jarrod
140.
Cole. 80% on the doubles, had a 108 finish. Well, if he continues in this vein of form, he's going to absolutely
140.
trump that. He starts playing his best darts around this time of
122.
day. Maybe he should put himself in Group C.
I think everybody in Group C does not want to hear any sight of that.
45.
You'd be hoping that the finals on Saturday was a 2 o'clock start.
He's playing here for sure.
7:30 Saturday night, the finals here of
54.
the Super Series. You can be a part of it. Scan that QR code. It takes you to dartshot.tv. Tickets available for every Saturday until the end of November. So if you're somewhere in the country and you think about possibly coming down and experiencing the Super Series in person, plenty of time to do so before 2023 is out.
Yeah, come and make a weekend of it. Doors open early on the days we have the ADC belt
65.
matches. If
Neil
not,
Lucar,
doors
90.
open around 6:30, 7:30 start. First dart will be thrown at about 20 to 8. And then the semi-finals
82.
and finals
Alex
will
Lucar,
not be
120.
starting before 10 p.m. when we join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV. It will all be wrapped up around about 20 past 11.
100.
Still plenty
Neil
of time
Lucar,
to
8.
maybe wander off out for a bit of a libation.
Game shot on the second leg. Neil
It's
though.
good from Duff, isn't it?
111.3 for the edge. And actually, no matter what happens this week, Neil Duff is going to be playing
Third
darts
leg,
in this
Alex
building on
through
Saturday
first. Game on.
because he's playing in the ADC Vault, which is taking place at the Live Lounge on Saturday.
Oh, a bit of double bubble. If you want to come and watch that as well, the doors open around about 4 o'clock, I do believe, on Saturday.
137.
4 o'clock for the belt, and then the Vault's just before in the afternoon.
Yeah.
You could play a current world champion.
Yeah, come and take part in the Vault series.
140.
Only £6 to enter. And of course, that starts the ball rolling in qualification for the Super Series.
So yeah, if you fancy a dart Saturday and just as like a
45.
one-off, possibly somewhere in the country, why don't you pop down? Well, I say pop down. Come to Portsmouth Saturday afternoon. You could play in a competition, have a little bit of fun. You're guaranteed a couple of matches. You could play some legends of the sport
17.
that pop up as well. Come and watch the undisputed game. Watch the Super Series finals, and hey, you'd still have time to enjoy your Saturday night.
And what is that undisputed matchup?
Well, this week it's Tom Sykes against Chris
97.
Quantox, the ADC belt. Their games played between players, whether it's regional, national, international, and their best of 17 leg first to 9 affairs.
100.
Well, if I didn't have to drive home at around 11:30 on Saturday night, I'd be doing the whole day myself.
In those undisputed matches that we've seen, there have been
84.
victories for Chris Hurd against David Davis, Tony Wood against Dave Prinz, Scott Marsh against Sam Cromwell. Richard North beating Ben Payne. Stu Wilson against Carl
36.
Sneed.
Alistair
And
Carl,
last week, Ricky
138.
Palmer beating Ryan Palmer.
Yeah, beat his brother in a last leg shootout, wasn't it?
Palmer was leading that game.
Which one?
98.
Give us a clue, Aspel.
Ryan was leading 8-6, I think. Yeah, that wasn't my finest moment, was it?
60.
Tots of Spellman for
Alistair
2-1.
Carl, 40. Game shot on the
Foul
third leg.
Plum. That
Alex
was
Spellman.
a fine dart. Still has to find a break.
Yeah, solid leg. 16 darter.
Fourth leg nailed it through first. Game on.
Looks like Neil Duff took the leg off there. Back in the lipstick here.
140.
Tom 40 start for Duff. Continuing to apply the pressure upon Spellman.
$60. $60. $60.
Only a 60 for Spellman. Opens up the door for Duff and a 3-1 lead.
$140.
Time 40 found. He's going to get 6 to open up a 2-leg buffer with then only 1 needed to win.
57. Near the car, 161.
I was going to say this is a bit of an off game, but that's doing Spellman a disservice. He's averaging 88. Duff's averaging just under a ton.
137.
And the Duff man is taking full command, leaving double 12 after 12. The average moves over to just underneath 102 now.
100. Near the car, 24.
2 12s. Now double 6. Oh, that's way inside. Looks at the score. Busts the score.
Yeah, I think that's the right call, especially with Spellman back on 2-2-4. You know what can go wrong on double 3.
100. Near the car, 24.
And so here we go again. Perfect guide.
Getting shot on the fourth
And
leg.
Duff
Nildo.
is 3-1 up.
Undeservedly leads 3-1.
Fifth leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
Look at the 140 column. Well, 140 plus. 6-1 in favour of Duff. Had 8 darts at a double. Spellman's only had 2 opportunities at a double.
140.
Average is reflecting that. 92 Spellman. 94.5 Duff.
30.
Seen a few of them today, haven't we, from him? Just loses the line.
$140.
40 for Spellman puts him in control of this 5th leg. Duff needs to find another one of them. Does find another one of them. Leg away from victory in our final match.
Looking like Spellman's going to
100.
make him serve it out.
So all you need to do, all you want to do, if you're going to lose, make sure you don't get broken in that
140. Alice Car,
last
121.
leg as Spellman leads 1-2-1 after 9. There's 25 first, that means treble 20 for double 18. Double 18 for 1-2-1
85.
is going to come back.
95. Onto your car 36.
So double 18 for Spellman.
Game
Back
shot
we
of the
go
fifth
to
leg.
3-2, and now
Spellman.
Duff will serve it out, or get the chance to serve it out.
Six leg Neil through
It would
first.
put 2
Game on.
points between the pair going into the final day. And when he's been in this position, Duff has tended to have made a kick today. You don't win what he's won in his career without knowing where the finishing line is and knowing where and how to cross it.
$100.
Ton for Duff. Puts him on the cusp. Remember, highlights will be available at the end of this session on our YouTube channel, and we'll be back tomorrow morning, 9:30, on the Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV. And don't forget as well to subscribe for all the latest bonus content. And don't forget, they're on TikTok as well for the TikToking stuff.
94.
So Neil
New
Duff
car
here
161.
has 6 starts for the match from 161. This has been a superb display. Not going to finish it off with a
97.
big finish. Not that he needed to go for the big finish, but he leads 64 after 12, an average of 97.5 here. And now on the cusp of a 4-2 victory to dispel Spellman and to end his day on 16 points. Remember, he'd won each of his first 8. This would be 2 defeats on the spin, and it would put Duff within 2 points of the league leader overnight. It's tops.
44.
It's below, and it's a chance for Spellman to take us all the way. $10 for tops. Tops for Spellman to stay in it.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
That
Alex
is
Spellman.
an absolute clutch finish. And that will be a proverbial kick for the Duff man.
Game on.
Sometimes words can't describe the type of bottle you need in those types of scenarios. But it's like he has the answer to pretty much
53.
every question. Every time you pose something of this man, he tends to tell you and show you.
100.
Give you reason why you should never not believe him. And it really wouldn't surprise you if he turned the screw here.
177.
177 in the deciding leg on throw, and Duff needs a ton 40 here. Needs another treble. Finds another treble. Chris Mason, amongst the excitement of it all, has rushed up to the balcony. And so you're in my company for what remains. Could well be just 3 more darts. And Spellman's going to get 6.
60.
To seal the comeback win. Duff was 3-1 to the good. That clutch last dart at tops on the back of the 67 in the previous leg has just completely swung this
58.
game. Duff did have a dart to win it at tops. He needs to find a couple of trebles here. Needs to find one, you feel.
60.
Doesn't do so.
112.
And so 112 for the comeback win. 12 for tops. And Spellman has clawed that one out of the depths of defeat. He has clinched a clutch victory over Neil Duff, a kiss of the board, a kiss of the double, which may well have helped his hopes of qualifying for Saturday night. It means the gap is 6 overnight. Alex Spellman with a 96.03 average gets the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. It means that there is a bit of a bridge to gap between the top two on the final day's worth of action. For Neil Duff, he was 3-1 up. He had a dart to win it. But Alex Spellman, the victor in that big last game of the session by 4 legs to 3.
Yeah, there might even be a gap to bridge as well. Chris Vay said after that one, Alex Spellman turning it around. Neil Duff's going to be kicking himself, isn't he?
Yeah, he was for large parts of that match. He was the better player, but there was a couple of times today Spellman could have come unstuck, but he just sticks to his guns, doesn't he? And it was a lovely finishes in the final 2 legs of the match. But yeah, Neil will be scratching his head after that one.
Yeah, let's just recap what's happened today. We did kind of call it at the start of the day that this last match would be ultimately decisive.
And it felt that way, didn't it? It felt like a big game before it, and it was something we gave the big build-up, and it didn't disappoint.
We thought it might not be when Neil Duff was beaten by Jared Cole earlier on. He had a really decent day, but it kind of went wrong for him in the end as well, Jared.
Yeah, he'll be frustrated losing to Bradley 4-2 because he looked like he'd started to turn a bit of a corner, started to get a bit more consistency in his game. His finishing improved. But he's experienced enough to know that, listen, you don't lose the opportunity to win the week on a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. As long as you're in the mix Saturday night, you have every chance.
Yeah, and he was the one who beat Alex Spellman, ending that 8-game unbeaten streak. And that moment is where we start to think maybe this isn't over.
Yeah, well, there was that opportunity because that gap could have been even reduced even further, but. Listen, you give players like Alex Spellman a sniff and they'll take every advantage, and that's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, just staying with Jared Cole for a moment. He lost his last game. It would have been 4 out of 5 for him, Jared Cole, before he lost to Bradley Roos, and he had a chance to win that one as well. Messed up a 65 checkout. Didn't quite work out for him there.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy enough to walk away with 3 from 5 today. He knows there was an opportunity to win more, but it feels like outside of Spellman, it feels like a seriously competitive group. I think we're just seeing, Neil Duff being the second best player in the group currently on form and statistics, and then the next one, there's the next sort of group of 4. There's not too much between them.
Yeah, but it did turn out, didn't it? That last match was always going to be the crucial one. It's 6 points versus what could have been 2 points going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that has ended. I mean, mathematically still possible, but I think maybe a bit of fatigue for Alex today. Looked tired, looked physically tired. I think a good rest tonight, and he'll come back refreshed tomorrow and just kick on and get the group done. Still got a battle on our hands for Group B, and the players trying to avoid Group C. I was surprised at James Richardson today. I really expected him to have a good day. He didn't play particularly badly, but again, just the one win. If
he was feeling fatigued, Alex Spellman did really well those last couple of legs to pull it out. He had a 177 in there, a couple of good finishes as well, including a 112 to win it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see it now, and I'm sure if you could have spoken to Neil Duff, he'd have told you this is flying in. There was a couple of visits in the back end of the leg with Neil Duff just peppering the treble 20 wire, and it wouldn't go in. Nothing would go his way in the end.
Right, Neil Duff, look away now, because we're going to show you the league table, and it's what could have been, because he could have, as we said, just been a couple of points away. 6 points one day, is that too many?
Yeah, I just can't. Alex would have to lose all his matches tomorrow. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Neil Duff and Jared Cole will go on to take Group B, but James Richardson could become a bit of a spoiler. It can't continue for him to he's getting absolutely no luck whatsoever. The level he's playing at, and to only win 2 from 10 games is remarkable. Going back to Alex, and I'm not fatigued, what you find is when it is your last match, you know it's your last match, and you just don't leave anything in the tank. You can empty it because you know, right, I'm going back to the hotel, I'm going to get my head down.
Yeah, just on James Richardson as well. Maybe it's just written in the stars that he's destined to meet Josh in Group C later in the week.
That's not a bad thing, because I think the last time they met, they gave us a 9-darter. So, that's always interesting. It's a fascinating dynamic to see father and son. We've seen 2 brothers competing, of course, Saturday afternoon in the ADC belt. And we're going to see a father and son in Group C on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, more than just top spot to play for. It looks like that is going the way of Alex Spellman. But do join us to see if he does cross the line and who goes into the other groups for the rest of the week. We will return 9:30 a.m. live here on the YouTube channel and, of course, on Sporty Stuff TV. So we will see you tomorrow.